Test, test, test 1, 2.
Okay, welcome everybody. This is the Tuesday, August 13th, 2024 City Council meeting, and I'll ask our city clerk for the roll call, please.
Councilmember Orgill,
Here.
Councilmember Weiss,
Here.
Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi,
Here.
Mayor Kim.
Here. So I have the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Please rise for the pledge.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, tonight we have a presentation, a proclamation recognizing Dr. Elizabeth Brown. I'm going to come down to the podium. After that, after I give my remarks, and I'm going to welcome some people from the community who would like to talk about Dr. Brown as well. So Dr. Brown's daughter Mina would like to be here. She's ill tonight, unfortunately. So we have some members of the community who are going to fill in for her. First of all, I want to say that there's going to be a celebration of life for Dr. Brown on September 10th from 3 to 5 at the Nix Nature Center. If you can make it, we'd certainly like to see everybody there. She was a beloved figure in Southern California environmental community and president of Laguna Greenbelt from 1985 to 2019. I'm going to go through the proclamation, but I just want to make that remark that was such a significant accomplishment. Okay, proclamation recognizing the lifetime achievements of Dr. Elizabeth Brown. Dr. Elizabeth Brown was a dedicated biologist and a prominent advocate for open space and wildlife habitat protection in Orange County. And Dr. Brown served as president of Laguna Greenbelt from 1985 to 2019, playing an invaluable role in the preservation of wilderness lands around Laguna Beach. She was instrumental in the creation of the South Coast Wilderness Park, encompassing 22,000 acres of contiguous open space, and led the historic effort to protect Laguna Canyon, resulting in the establishment of Laguna Coast Wilderness Park. Elizabeth demonstrated a lifelong passion for educating the public about local ecology, creating trail and field guides, writing a regular column for Laguna Beach newspapers, and teaching a naturalist training class that educated over 600 people. Her ability to craft complex conservation agreements and her collaborative approach were central to her many successes in the environmental protection. And therefore, I, Sue Kemp, as mayor of Laguna, the city of Laguna Beach, hereby recognize and honor the lifetime achievements of Elizabeth Brown for her extraordinary contributions to environmental conservation, public education, and her unwavering commitment to preserving the natural beauty and ecological integrity of Orange County. Her legacy will continue to inspire and guide future generations in the ongoing efforts to protect and cherish our natural environment. The City Council extends its deepest condolences to her family and express our profound gratitude for her remarkable life, work, and dedication to our community. One other remark I will make. So in honor of Dr. Brown, we will be bringing back on the 24th, and I'll be asking the council for their permission. So I probably shouldn't jump the gun there, but I'm going to ask the council at the end of the meeting to bring back a discussion and education about the Laguna Wildlife Corridor, the 22,000 acres that are needed to make a pass-through for wildlife to the Cleveland National Forest. So I'll be doing that at the end of the meeting. That's part of our procedure. So I'm going to step aside here and let some community members speak. Here, we'll take a picture. Sorry? We'll take a picture on that. Go ahead, Ian.
Norm Grossman, President Laguna Greenbelt. We'd like to thank Council Mayor Kemp for bringing this forward. Elizabeth spent 34 years as president of Laguna Greenbelt, during which time we, as a city, were able to save Laguna Canyon and, working with other environmental groups, help preserve what is now 22,000 acres. The last 20 years of Elizabeth's life was pretty much dedicated to the idea of the Irvine Laguna Wildlife Corridor, which is the way to preserve the biodiversity of that land and to make sure that it continues to be a viable open space. And I'm delighted that this will be coming back to the city council next month. And it's the best way to honor her memory. We thank you for the proclamation.
Good evening, Mary Fagres, Laguna Greenbelt Emeritus. I'm old now. I've been on the Greenbelt since the 80s. Liz got me on there. She's my friend and my mentor, and thank you very much for honoring her tonight.
My name's Bob Borthwick. Back in the late 80s, I was teaching a class at UCI in landscape design and environmental planning. And I really didn't know Liz at the time, but I knew of her, and I asked her to come speak at our class. And she was the most inspiring, intelligent savior of the environment I think I had ever seen up until that time. And so I just thought I would love to be around her more. So 10 years later, I got to be a member of the Greenbelt Board, and so I'm proud that I've been doing that ever since for about the last 25 years. And she's been just a wonderful inspiration to me in my life. Thank you.
Hi there, Hallie Jones, former Executive Director of Laguna Canyon Foundation and current Executive Vice President of Crystal Cove Conservancy. I grew up in Laguna Canyon on Canyon Acres where Liz lived. And when I was a kid, she was just my friend Mina's mom. I didn't understand kind of the depth of her contribution to our open space until I joined Laguna Canyon Foundation in 2013. Her legacy not only is going to live on in the land itself, but also in all of us, those who learned how to be collaborative conservationists at her feet, really. Those 600 people who became naturalists in her class will continue to protect our open space in her name for years to come. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gail Waite. I'm the president of Laguna Canyon Conservancy. And as far back as I can remember, 1989 in the canyon, saving the canyon, Elizabeth was always there. She's been such an inspiration, a leader. I joined the Greenbelt City Council. I think this proclamation is a wonderful thing to do, and we will miss her. But every time we drive through the canyon, think of her and the others that made that possible for us to enjoy and love. Thank you again.
Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I'm a longtime board member of the Laguna Canyon Conservancy. And I worked a long time with Carolyn Wood, who for over 20 years was president of the Laguna Canyon Conservancy. She and Elizabeth Brown were a dynamic duo. And please, let's not forget them. But you know, life is not fair. Elizabeth Brown, Dr. Elizabeth Brown, just as sharp as a tack. And of course, she was a trainer of others. She taught docents to go out and lead hikes and to teach others about about nature. And then the end of her life, she has dementia. So life is not fair. Laura Cohen, the resource ranger, she's retired now, but at the Nick Center, there's a series of videos that Laura Cohen put together about the people who work to save the canyon and responsible for the Laguna Coast Wilderness Park and the Aliso and Woods Canyon Wilderness Park. So if you don't have an opportunity to go to the memorial, take a look at those videos. Let's not forget those leaders. They did so much for us, and certainly Elizabeth Brown. Although I do have one complaint, Elizabeth. I don't know, did anybody ever come to a Laguna Beach City Council meeting and sit next to her? I sat next to her one time. She talked to me through the whole thing.
I am Daniel Cinto. I first met Dr. Brown about 40 years ago. We worked on an open land issue. I was always so impressed how knowledgeable she was and how fair-minded person she was. And I remember one thing she said to me at her daughter's wedding. She said, if you want to lead, you have to lead. That means you need to go forward. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Edelmanza, Elizabeth Brown, on a day like this, when you feel sorry for anybody who didn't get in the ocean, would drive to Santa Ana and go head to head with the County Board of Supervisors to protect open space. She introduced conservation biology principles to Laguna Beach, and she taught us that open space is more than a growth management tool, it's wildlife habitat. We owe her a great deal, and I'm grateful for her legacy.
Okay, thank you. I think we should take a picture with all the speakers and we can give the picture to Mina since she couldn't make it tonight. Come on, you guys. Wait a second.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
As we were coming out of closed session, I'll ask our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, is there anything to report out from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 4 items on the agenda. All 5 council members were present. There was no public comment in advance of the meeting. And there was no reportable action except for that I'll note on the real property negotiations on 891 Acapulco Street. The city is under contract for that item, that property, and the purchase price is $1,987,000. And I'm looking at Gavin to confirm. Is that the right number?
Correct. 1,897,000.
897 or 987?
1,987. Sorry. You're right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, this time, I'll ask the city manager, any additions or deletions from the agenda this evening?
We do have one item, Madam Mayor, and it involves the de minimis permits for the ADUs, and wasn't totally on the ball to write that number down. The address is the Gainsborough address. We're recommending that be removed from your action tonight due to some additional staff findings we've had to make on that property. Not eligible for a de minimis permit.
So we're going to keep the other one on the.
Exactly. One would stay, one would
Okay,
not.
all right, good.
Did we do the Pledge of Allegiance or are we doing that later?
We
We
did.
already did it.
Okay, I forgot.
It was a long time ago. Okay, this time, how many people are here for public comment? Okay, good. So I see Greg back there holding up your hand. So we're gonna, we have a lot of consent items. One is going to be on visitor impacts. If you want to, I assume you're going to talk about that, but I'm just going to tell you, we're going to pull it and we're going to have a pretty robust discussion about it. Just to let you know. Okay, anybody wanting to speak on items not on the agenda this evening, please come forward.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Pat Gallus. I'm closing in on 50 years of living in this town. Actually, it's 50 years ago that Main Beach Park was actually dedicated. I can remember that. It was in 74. But anyway, I'm here to talk about a statement that one of the council members made on May the 12th. And if I can play it here real quickly.
501's combination of a 501c3 and also has a political arm. Excuse me, Mr.
Okay. That was a comment by Councilmember Weiss stating the Village Laguna is a 501(c)(3). It's not, it's never has been. That's a misrepresentation. I'm trying to be polite about it, but I made the comment numerous times here and showed documentation that they are a 5-7 political action committee. Okay. I went to their website this morning and I printed out a couple of copies, and it states right here, organization under the section 527 of the Internal Revenue Code. We can pass this down to Councilmember Weiss and the attorney. That'd be great. I'd appreciate that. I just want to get that clarified. I mean, it's an election year. We got to deal with real facts. And the facts, that's what they are. That's what they have always been. Years back, they did a lot of good things for this community. Now I'm starting to wonder. But anyway, that's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Also, at the same time, they had 6 different violations to the California Fair Political Practice Commission. And they cost them $1,800, 6 different counts of violations. So I just want to clarify that the books, the cover of the book's not necessarily what the truth is. For 40 years, I thought they were a 501(c)(3) also, but the reality is they're not. I'd like to clarify that. Thanks again for your time and all the effort you put in.
Yeah, I wanted to say something.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I made a mistake there, Pat. I really am. I mean, I don't know if it's a grievous mistake or not. They are both a non, I want to say something first, and then I'll let you talk, but I'm only making a statement. I'm not asking you questions.
Okay.
So they are a combination of a political committee and a nonprofit as well. So during the election season, they do become a PAC. And I have to say, you and others have come here, Michael Ray and others, demeaning this organization that is 50 years old on very, very minor grounds. And you keep at it. I don't see the grievous faults of this organization. I see an organization that's trying to preserve the charm of this city, which is a great goal and a great objective. So I admit you have the opportunity to come here every meeting to say and demean this organization, but I'm going to speak out for them, and that's it. I don't need you to say anything. I'm just making a comment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time and your effort.
Sure.
Just tell the truth.
Good. Hi, my name is T, and Laguna Beach is my heaven. A lot of people in Laguna Beach misconstrue what the word heaven means. Heaven is my place of love, ultimate love. It's amazing here. I've been a lot of places around the world, and this place is pretty much perfect. What I notice is a lot of people here do not feel the same way. Like Bob Whalen right there, he's just staring off into the distance, thinking about something else, not in the moment. Looking at your faces, I was in the Navy on board aircraft carriers. Your faces look more tired than my commanders and generals, well, not generals, but admirals. You might know generals. You look more tired than them, and they had to take control of aircraft carriers. So, I wonder why you're so tired. Why are you so, I frequent the beach. I don't see many of you at the beach. I'm on the beach every day, twice a day. I don't see any of you there. Maybe you like your office in Laguna Beach, but to say that you love Laguna Beach is not a true statement. The guy said, tell the truth. I agree with that. You should tell the truth. You say, I hate my life. I hate my life. Look at my face. My face tells you exactly what you need to know. You should stop and have conversation with people. Welcome to Laguna Beach. Don't you love it? It's beautiful here, right? Do any of you do that? Guaranteed not. Maybe people who have money, big pocketbooks, right? But the visitors who come here, they're the ones who pay for this town. Pay the parking, right? Incredible. You guys don't develop a more state-of-the-art parking structure. Bob Whalen staring off into the meadows of Idaho. I don't know. Laguna Beach is beautiful and it's heaven. Please make it that way. Tell the truth.
Okay, My name is Mary Locatelli, and I just want to make a few general comments. Can you hear me? Make a few general comments about purchasing procedures in general. My experience comes from when I was a deputy director of management and finance at an international organization, and I chaired our contracts committee. The committee wasn't involved at all in selecting vendors, but what we were was a last review of any contract that went out before it was signed. It went through our committee. We realized that was in response to realizing that this purchasing is a high-risk area. It's probably one of the areas where we get more money going out the door than almost any other area. We've all heard of embezzlements and frauds that come out of the purchasing department and unwanted publicity as a result of those sorts of things. So our committee was kind of a last check and balance. We wanted to see, make sure all the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed. And here's some of the things we looked for. We looked for a clear segregation of duties between the contracting managers and the purchasing managers. Contracting managers never prepared bids. Those were done by purchasing managers in consultation with the contracting managers. They went to the contracting managers and asked them, what are your requirements? And then the purchasing department would put together the bid. Contracting managers never did shortlists. That too was done by the purchasing department based on the agreed upon requirements. If there were no companies that bid that met the requirements, we'd redo the bid. So I've noticed just recently that there was one contract that I became aware of that didn't, in the city, that didn't follow those practices. Maybe that's a one-off, and if so, that's great. But if that is common city practice, I would suggest that somebody needs to take a look at internal controls over the purchasing area because it's a potential problem. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Black. I have to admit that I have friends in LA, and the people in LA read the LA Times, and they read it on July 12th, and they found out that the statistics in Laguna Beach make it seem like a very dangerous place because the lifeguards said there were 41,134 preventative contacts on the beach, 11,140 ordinance enforcements, 486 medical aid situations, and only 2,278 water rescues. And I had to admit that I had been rescued by water once on the beach when I was really hot and I didn't have a water, and I asked my friend and they said, here, have some water. And I considered that a water rescue. But when you're dealing with statistics and facts, it's important to get them right. And especially if you're going to rely on those statistics to allocate very important amounts of money and resources to public safety issues. And it was either Benjamin Disraeli or Mark Twain. They used to trade quotes, but said, lies, damn lies, and statistics. And I would just hate for these statistics to get built into the funding because I don't think 41,000 preventative contacts should have gotten in the way of 2,200 people who were rescued from the water. And the Orange County Register says they were pulled from the water. There were 2,200 people over the 4th of July weekend who were actually pulled from the water. And I don't think that's true. Obviously, I know very well that the 4th of July weekend was crazy here compared to other times. But I just think that when you extrapolate this and then the press gets a hold of it and then they get clickbaits and then my friends won't come down to visit me because they think it's going to be that Titanic here and they're going to have more water rescues than it's actually about the same amount of water rescues that they tried to do on the Titanic. But I emailed some people and I haven't gotten a response back, but I just think it's important to make sure that public safety is vital and that we use accurate statistics. And unless we're just trying to scare the tourists away, which this does a good job of, but I'm not going to comment on that. Anyway, thank you very much for your dedication.
Thank you.
Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I live at 2680 Park Avenue, and I belong to a lot of different organizations. So I really resent this Pat Gallus guy. I really resent him attacking my wife. I get attacked at home plenty, so no, that's a different point. So I look him up here, and so it says here that he's in construction. He's a construction manager. So I'm totally against ad hominem attacks, but I'll make one exception for Pat Gallus. So he is not for the ocean to the sea, Main Beach Park. He is for construction. Now, I thought I would mention another thing because I was reading the historic landscape architect landscape that we were in, and it mentioned Mary Frances Kennedy Fisher, MKF Fisher. I haven't been on the Historical Society board for since 2014, but I was reading that book and she is quoted in it. Somebody came up to me like 15 years ago and said, "Do you have any information on MFK Fisher?" And I said, "I never heard of her. Has anybody ever heard of her?" She wrote 27 books. Her Wikipedia thing goes about this long. She wrote for Westways magazine, Pacific Village, a story about Laguna Beach, but they don't have a link to it. Does anyone have a copy of the text of MFK Fisher's Pacific Village, written for Westways magazine, something in the 1940s? She and her family came to Laguna Beach she was born in 1908. As a child, she came to Laguna Beach. She came back to Laguna Beach. There's all kinds of connections. She was married to Dewin Parrish, who then, well, it's a long story. But in any event, don't attack my wife. My wife belongs to Village Laguna. She belongs to groups trying to protect historic homes. She belongs to the Laguna Canyon Foundation. She belongs to the Laguna Greenbelt. And this thing of guilt by association.
Mayor, council members, I'm Deborah Gilbert, a resident of South Laguna, and I'm here to talk about parking as it's related to our public safety of the residents. I'd like for it to be evaluated that there's no parking on the north side of Eagle Rock. They're now parking on both sides of Eagle Rock, making it impossible to even drive up to your homes. This weekend, I had to wait like 5 minutes while they unloaded their beach gear because people were parking on both sides of the street. Second thing is that guests are parking to the stop sign on Pacific Coast Highway. So if you look at 8th, 5th, Eagle Rock, 3rd, 2nd, they're parking on. So if you're coming down and you want to make a right turn to go north on Pacific Coast Highway, you literally can't even creep and peep. You have to stick the front of your nose out into the right of traffic. And that's how it happened to everyone. They're parking in the public right of way in regards to the streets. And then the last thing is that I would support paid parking in Laguna, South Laguna along Pacific Coast Highway. There is a nexus between the level of service that we're providing to our guests and the cost of the parking. For example, at Table Rock now, there's 3 lifeguards. I'm not sure. I know they're there on the weekends. I've even seen them, 3 of them at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday. Now, mind you, when the county had jurisdiction over Table Rock, there was only 1 lifeguard. Now, I don't feel like 1 is enough, but if we're paying for 3, that's an additional cost to us. And, we can determine a nexus between parking and public safety. Thank you.
Okay, those comments are helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I'd be more than happy to speak with anybody.
Okay.
Good evening, council. My name is Robert Reed. My address is 450 Glen Apartment 5, and I'm here to speak about the traffic. You all know how bad it is. And a week and a half ago, I was down at Main Beach when a siren comes down Ocean Avenue, fire truck and ambulance. They can't get onto Coast Highway because the intersections are jammed, blocked. They had to wait a couple minutes, and finally, not their side of the highway going north cleared, but the highway going south cleared one lane, and they swung over and went north in the oncoming traffic lane. And my suggestion to cure this or help it is to get some officers on foot down there with cameras and start taking pictures of these offenders and make sure that newspapers publishing every day how many people are doing this and who they are. That's the only way you're going to, it's like training a puppy. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani here. I'm wearing my beach clothes this evening because I just came straight from the beach. This summer has been the most crowded I've ever seen for many obvious reasons. The crowds are coming in from far and wide. It is very unfortunate that all of these visitors, or not all of these visitors, a lot of these visitors are leaving behind heaps of trash on our beautiful beaches. Not all of those visitors are to blame, thankfully. And all this trash from the sand. There are only 2 beaches in South Laguna. So I picked up all that sand off, or all that trash off the beaches only on Saturday from 2 beaches. This is what I was able to find that didn't already flow into the ocean. We have to do better. If we are making businesses clean up their storefront appearance, why are we not also focusing on trash removal programs focused on our sand funded by the city to keep our coastline pristine for all the wildlife sensitive ecosystems? Possible solution: 20 people are trained and designated to different beaches in town. They spend 2 hours in the morning and possibly 2 hours before sunset picking up trash from designated beaches, maybe $144,000 for 90 days during summer to help keep our beaches clean from trash. What do you want your legacy to be as council members? More money, businesses, traffic, crowds, trash, or setting the precedent to other coastal communities and do everything you can to protect our delicate coastline and community? The ball is in your court. Laguna is different, so let's be different. This 7 miles of coastline is very different and very biodiverse. The wildlife depends on us to stop harming their ecosystems. And trust me, I will do everything in my power to help you make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Good evening. I'm here actually to express my serious concerns regarding the construction of an adjoining ADU that is in the back of my yard. It was recently purchased.
What's your name?
Kurt Marquez, 1197 Skyline Drive. And the house was purchased probably about a year ago. And I always used to think that Laguna Beach, which they've had an incredible track record of protecting the residents, and to my understanding, that's always been the case. But with this new ADU law, it appears that the neighbor, knowing exactly the law, got my approval on a design review on the furthest part of his house. And during that review, I had mentioned, sure, there's no problem. It's not going to impact anything. And so I approved it. 2 weeks later, maybe a little bit longer, I get a postcard from Laguna Beach approving an ADU that is closest to my house on the opposite side, that he's now going to go ahead and put an ADU, an adjoining ADU. Now, whether or not, I don't know if his plan is simply to go ahead and get more square footage. I think it's going to be a rather large one. And when you get the square footage, of course, he's going to see his property value raise. And what is that going to do to me? It's going to ruin my view because I have city lights, the view of Laguna Beach, and I think that it's going to affect me. When I say I think, it's because based on the ADU laws right now, I'm in the dark. There's no, the design review does not request plans from him. He can do what he wants. I don't see any poles anywhere because he's not supposed to put poles. He doesn't have to. Okay. I don't know if he's going to flip this home make for a lot of money and then move on. And then at the end of the day, my view's impacted. So I'm at a loss here because at the same time, when I look at the view that I have and when I feel like I've been giving the runaround, because I've called many times here to find out what are my options. And the options, I always hit a brick wall. I talked to George and he's been as helpful as he can be, but I sent an email outlining the specifics. I also sent photos, and I would really recommend, or I would ask that the city council really look at that email and envision, or any of you envisioning that one day your life gets disrupted because someone decides to go ahead and put an ADU up and you have no idea of what the view is going to be impacted because there's no law saying that they have to put that up. So I sent that email earlier today, and I don't know what exactly Laguna Beach is doing about it, if they're challenging the state. But there's got to be something, because one day you have a house, the next day, once you started building that construction, it's going to go up in 2 to 3 weeks. It's urgent that you react. I need to know what to do because I need some recourse here. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Dan Christoff. And I'm here to remind you of an opportunity that you have to make things better in South Laguna neighborhood. We've heard a lot of problems from a lot of residents. I'm sympathetic to all of them. We need to give attention to the assets that we can feasibly give to our residents and our neighbors. And that is, in this case, the lots at Catalina and Monterey near the Village Green Park. And we've been petitioning the council for a long time, asking you to acquire those lots for an annex to the Village Green so that there can be a play field and a place where dogs would be allowed, but not allowed in the park where the kids play. And I think it's been going on for 3 or 4 years. And you had the chance, you almost acquired the property and then gave up on it. And so we're just asking you to please don't give up on it. This is an opportunity that will not come again. And we're told 2 houses, lot splits, four houses, ADUs on all 4 of them. I mean, this is a monster waiting to be released. And the signs are for sale signs are going up. We understand if they're not already up. And so please follow through. Please help us acquire this property for public park. Thank you.
And what's the selling price of that property?
He's asking I think for both, there's 2 lots. And I think he's asking 2.3 and 2.1. It's an outrageous price.
So 2 different prices. Okay.
Yeah.
4.5.
I think it's 4.4 total.
Okay.
But negotiate, do something. Please help us get that done. I mean, these little touches that help communities function are so important. And these are things that councils can do that really are meaningful, and put all your names on it, but please do it. Thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Monda. I have 2 things I'm going to talk about. First is I've been up here, I don't know how many months, beating that drum about Zoom. So I have a question that I'd like to direct to the city manager, and that is there a plan in place? Are you working on a plan? I stood up here at the last meeting and I showed you Jim Grossberg's article in the paper with a very clear framework for you to follow. San Diego does it, Los Angeles does it, Irvine does it. Why can't we do it? Okay, you've got your reasons, but I'd like to hear from the city manager and from the city council if there is a plan in place. You keep ignoring us, me. I'm going to keep coming back until you tell me, yes, we're working on a plan. Because I cannot tell you how many people stop and say to me, I really need Zoom to come back. In fact, just today coming down here, I was talking with someone and he said that he couldn't make it, but he wished he could Zoom in. And secondly, I wanted to applaud Greg for his visual, because sometimes it takes a visual to show people what it's all about. But I have another visual, and that is that today, in today's Los Angeles Times, Hannah Fry wrote a column about our visitor problem. So that's the LA Times. The Erica Ritchie wrote about it in the Orange County Register last week sometime. And I know the Independent's written about it. I believe the Daily Pilot has written about it. You guys got to do something. I wrote a column came out 2 weeks ago. I got more responses to this column than I've gotten in for all my columns combined, about people saying, please ask them to do something. Something has to change. We need to stop. So whatever you're going to do, and I'm going to talk later about it when you get to the ad hoc committee, but I'm up here representing all the people who have emailed me and saying, please get them to do something. So I really don't want to be on the LA Times, hit list again, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cindy Berg. I don't usually come here, and I try to stay out of this kind of stuff, but I just, I've only been in Laguna Beach 18 years, and I know a lot of the people here have been their whole life, but I cannot believe, I just want to, I'm ready to put my house up for lease too. I see I'm a real estate broker, California, Hawaii. I'm going to Hawaii. It's like the old saying, in Kauai they've loved like the North Shore in Kauai to death. And that's what they've done here. Our town is disaster. It's a disaster. I've sat back and I've watched Dana Point be wrecked, as far as, that's my opinion, but I think it's wrecked. It used to be a really cute little town, not even close to what our little cute town was. But I work a lot in North Orange County. I have elderly parents that live in Placentia, and just Friday, I had a medical emergency. I needed to get up there to them. I left my house up in Arch Beach Heights. I messed around down here for an hour trying to get out to Laguna Canyon Road, and I could not get out. And I got so upset, and I ended up going home. I called other people. I said, I can't get there. We had to make other arrangements. There was a fire yesterday on Santa Ana Street, and it's right behind 3 homes over. And it took 20 minutes for the fire department to get there. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but when there's a fire going up and there's a gigantic tree that was halfway on fire, that's a long time. And it was, I think, electrical fire. I didn't even know about it, but we saw the flames, my neighbors and I, and we're like starting to get our animals together and stuff like that. It's not the fire department. My son's a firefighter. It's not the fire department. It's that you can't get through downtown. And one of my favorite places I try to shop down here, eat down here, all that, and I don't go like happy hour time. Like I'm like at 2:00 or like a late lunch is when I go down there. And seriously, like Carmelita is one of my favorite places. You can't even find parking. I pay for 2 parking passes. I go around and around and around, and you cannot find any parking spaces at all. But you go into the restaurants, if you can park far and walk, they're empty. There's nobody in there. And that's why we're losing a lot of our restaurants. I mean, it's so sad to go through here and see that. So that's one of the things. But the pedestrian situation, that might buzzer. The pedestrian situation is crazy down here. There's 2 spots. I think we all know where they're at. They should have these pedestrians just walk off. I don't even know what happened with stop and look both ways. We don't teach our kids that anymore. Like they got to have where they can stop and there's maybe 10 people and then they all walk across. And they just go and go and go without even looking and on their phones. And it's just a disaster. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Aaron Peluso. I'll try to keep it quick. Last council meeting, I came and presented a bunch of what I thought were the most egregious social media posts that Visit Laguna had regarding my local beach anyway. And I'm happy to report that all of those posts have been taken down, as well as most of the other posts that, I would find egregious or exploiting our natural areas. So I think that that's a positive step in the right direction. However, I think that there's still some work to be done here. On the Visit Laguna website, they list, I think, every single beach in Laguna Beach, every nook and cranny, every little cove, potentially secret location for the locals. I just got back from a family vacation to Oahu, and Oahu's 111 miles around, and I went to their visitor information site, and they have 20 beaches total. So that's something like from here to Point Conception. They've got 20 beaches. I think we've got about 30, and I think we're 13 miles. So I think we need to, we can have some guide to the beaches that suit tourists, but we don't need to exploit every single nook and cranny of Laguna Beach on the website. So that would be my recommendation. As for current efforts, I think, the Google ads and the news stories and press releases, those are good. Those are steps in the right direction. But we really need some enforcement. Down at the beach, the reality is that there's easy ups everywhere. There's alcohol everywhere. There's litter everywhere. And to my knowledge, there's not any tickets being handed out. Switching gears here, I did want to also say something in support of looking into purchasing those parcels for South Laguna. That dog park, or that park, I have young kids, and my son was probably pushed over 5 or 6 times when he was 1 to 3 years old at that park. The people use it as a dog park. The dogs are off leash every afternoon. There's not really any enforcement. There could be more enforcement, but really there needs to be a separate area for dogs. And I think that those parcels present an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Paul McManus, resident since 1960. Just speaking to, first off, I've got 3 points. The first one, I think it was a letter to Alex, but it might have been to other council members about dealing with the day tripper parking in Laguna. He suggested that we, in lieu of setting up meters in South Laguna along the Coast Highway there, we do an app of sorts, or, when you go to different cities, you see them have the kiosks. We don't need to put meters in other words. And he's just suggesting that we, we deal with traffic and we get revenue from the day trippers. We're not getting anything. They're just parking down there for free. They probably stop at a fast food place on the way. And many times they just leave the trash on the beach, and then, we have to use city tax dollars to deal with it. And case in point, we thank you for mentioning the trash on the beach, but I was walking on the beach this morning and walking in front of the Hotel Laguna, and that area where the parking is on the side there, they leave all those benches and beach stuff. And it's piles of trash, and those things, that's a public beach. Does Hotel Laguna, that's their stuff there, and they don't maintain it. In fact, some of the benches people are picking them up and taking them down the beach, and city workers don't even pick them up, let alone the hotel. So it looks like it almost looks like a ghetto down there. I was gonna, I live in, on Graceland there. And I'm not directly affected by it, but the Congregational Church, largest building in Laguna, it's going to be done during the building of the swimming pool, expansion of the swimming pool in the district office. I'm almost to the point now, I just save the church, save Laguna, save the church. We need to figure out a better solution. And then the last issue is the ADUs right now. Is there any parking consideration when somebody takes a garage and fixes it to another unit? None at all. And I'm seeing on Graceland right now, people are taking garages and fixing them up. Now, they never used them as garages. They just used them for storage. But now you're going to have another unit, more parking. So issues. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Sharon Stelma.
Sharon, you want to pull the microphone down? Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'm not really a public talker, but I came a couple of times before, and I want to say it again. I used to go down on Crescent Bay, after sunset and stuff, and I'd walk with my son, and we'd pick up trash, sandals, snorkel things and all that. But we just had to have a regular, shopping bag. Now, you have to have one, like those guys brought all that trash up here. Now you have to go get a bag from one of them big double duty bags from Home Depot in order to put all the trash in it. And you can barely lift it up the stairs to take it up. Something's not right. And we have people to pick up the trash and they do a good job. They come a couple, 2-3 times a day to pick up trash, but there's no, it is out of control. I know it may be old hat here, but it isn't old hat when you live there and you see all that trash, it's going into the ocean. I mean, the trash that we don't get goes into the ocean to the fish and everything else in there. And then this traffic that we have is just, I'm speechless. I remember the fire. If there would be I'm a nurse. If there would be one accident, how is anybody gonna be able to get to the hospital? If anybody here has a heart attack, you know, they don't, what are you gonna get, a helicopter to take you down to South Coast? Anyway, I know I sound outraged, but it has gotten out of control because I remember when people used to be scared to come to Laguna that they were going to get a ticket. Nobody's scared anymore. They just park anywhere they feel like it. I'm walking down and they have a sign, do not back in. People back in right underneath the sign. There's nobody to really enforce. It's not that there isn't laws. There's no way to enforce the law. I don't know who's supposed to be doing that. I know the police have plenty to do besides going around and giving people tickets. And the park rangers, they were really helping down there at Crescent Bay with these events that people would have from, you know, out of town, and they would come down and they would always say, as they're putting all their stuff up, that's for my sister, do you know what I mean? And I just gathered all this stuff, this tables and chairs and stuff, and I gathered it up to put for we know better than that. Anyway, I'm sure you heard all this before and it's probably old hat and boring, but it isn't to the people around here. People's mad. Almost everybody, people that just doesn't care is mad on my street. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Dwyer. I'm a 36-year occupant in Laguna Beach. And I don't have any prepared notes, but what I want to do is to reinforce for you guys, and I know that you're forbidden to talk about it. Something must be done about the 72 unit at Glen Eyrie and St. Anne's. It is an abomination. It's 4 stories high. It's as tall and as wide and as deep as a Nordstrom's. You're gonna plant a department store downtown. What we are asking for you to do, and I have not yet seen any deadlines as to when this stuff is due, when the final report is to be made and when the vote is supposed to take place. And I know your guys' hands are tied because of all that's going on with the state. But you've got to take a stand. And you've got to say, no, not here. Now, the group that I represent, we are not against low-income housing. We are against unreasonable housing, and you're being forced by developer greed and by any other factions that are making this steamroll event possible. And I would ask that you please keep this on the forefront of your mind and that you do the right thing. So thank you for letting me share.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and we'll go to matters from the city council and city manager. But first I'm going to ask Anne Marie McKay before I forget she has a comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to report that the nomination filing period for candidates for the November Laguna Beach General Municipal Election did close on Friday. We did end up with 4 candidates qualified to run for city council. That's incumbents George Weiss and Bob Whalen, in addition to Hallie Jones and Judy Mancuso. Also, the incumbent city clerk, myself, and the incumbent city treasurer, Laura Parisi, are running for reelection unopposed. And if you're interested in seeing the city council candidate statements, they are available to view on the city's website, lagunabeachcity.net/elections.
Okay, thank you, Anne Marie. I'll start with our city manager, Dave Kiff. Do you have any comments tonight?
I don't.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment on the 6 people had emailed me about the Village Green and the opportunity to obtain the Blevins property. I know he's interested in trading it for the Tiamo property. So I think it's time that we took that seriously and took a look at acquiring it for South Laguna, because I think there is a dearth of park space down in South Laguna. And I've heard from Aaron and other people with families who have had unfortunate experiences at that little park that's there. It's just can't be used for both a dog park and a people and kids park. So I would ask my colleagues I think that's something we should look at. On July 30th, I attended our Assemblywoman Diane Dixon's informative insurance town hall at SOCA with senior staff member from the Department of Insurance. It appears that some years ago, Laguna was declared high fire risk, maybe 90% of our town. I was able to meet with Diane afterwards, and we have our work cut out for us when it comes to resolving these complex issues and expensive issues for homeowners and business owners. 7 out of 12 insurers have left California or are not writing new policies. I'm also grateful that the city, in response to the report I shared, is planning to hold an insurance and wildfire town meeting for the community on August 27th from 4 to 5 p.m. Thank you to the mayor and staff for arranging that meeting. Excuse me. Second, I'd like to give a shout out to the Laguna Olympic men's streetboarding champion, Nigel Houston, for winning the Bronze Team USA medal. And Laguna's been the incubator of world-class skateboarding and skimboarding and surfing. And it's a shame we don't have a permanent skateboard park. Hopefully we'll have one. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Orgel.
Yeah, I'd also like to congratulate Naja Houston for his bronze medal achievement. And I'll rattle off quickly some of my meetings and events that I attended over the last 3 weeks. And I want to thank Rivian Theaters again for hosting another great event. They showed The Lords of Dogtown, which is a skateboarding movie, and they had Tony Alva, one of the original skateboard champions there. That was a great night, and they had a great panel discussion. And then I also, a couple days ago, attended the State of the County event along with Karen Phillipson. Over the last 3 weeks, I've met with or spoke with Hannah from Rivian, Joanna Bear from Surf and Sand, Kelly Osborne and Jason Valoria from the school district, Keith from the Water Board, Laguna Water District, I should say, Steve Brown, who's back there somewhere on the audit committee. We've had a meeting with SWA and the facilities master plan with Mayor Pro Tem Alex Renagi, and also with Mayor Sue Kemp. We had a meeting with the Promenade Citizens Group. Great meeting. We really achieved a lot, and I think gathered some great information. Had a meeting at the ranch with George Dubin, Mark Christie, Dan McInerney, Jeff Randolph, Tom Lamb, and Jeremy, and gave a nice presentation regarding the community land trust, and it really, I think, helped educate those in attendance. So I want to thank staff for that, for attending that. Had a couple meetings actually with John Zigwitz and our city manager, and Catherine Yurka, Morris Gandarian, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
Nothing this evening.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi?
Yeah, so I want to thank our police officers, our firefighters, and our marine safety and everyone who was involved with the National Night Out. I think it was a great event, and anytime that our residents are able to engage with the people who are serving us, especially for public safety, it's a positive thing for the community. I've been taking the Laguna Local on demand a lot this summer, and I encourage you all to do the same. The summer hours are 9 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. There's so many residents who don't know about this. It's free Uber essentially. So I think it's a great program that we have, and I'm hoping that we can double down on getting more and more residents to be using it, because eventually we could get to the point where we could have a very, quick, once we figure out, how many people are riding it, we could have very quick pickup times and be smart about how we deploy that. And then you don't have to bring your car downtown, which is a win-win for everyone. The one issue that I think I deal with probably more than anything else is community development. And so I just want to make it clear to everyone in this room and anyone who's watching that I think I speak for not just me, but the entire council when fixing the delays that are going on in that department is our highest priority. It's something that as a city manager knows every time we meet, I ask for an update on that. So the council's views it as a priority, and it's just not acceptable what our residents are having to deal with in terms of the delays. And so I appreciate the work of our city manager to, to solve a very complex problem. And I just hope the community knows that we hear you, and we're hoping to find a solution going forward so that people can have a user-friendly experience as they navigate City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. And now just a few comments from me. First, so one of the problems we've been having in town is loud vehicle noise. The police department has had 2 recent joint task enforcement exercises with adjacent cities. And one was on just last weekend on the 10th. One was 2 weeks prior. So just to let you know what the statistics look like. So we had 299 vehicles were stopped. We had 300 violations. We had 82 citations were issued for loud exhaust and emission violations. We had 87 were issued for speeding or exceeding 65 miles an hour. 17 drivers were cited for driving without a valid license or with a suspended license. 1 driver was cited and had their vehicle impounded for reckless driving. And 5 citations were issued to electric motorcycle and e-bike riders for violations. I just want to thank the police department for their continued work on this. It's not easy because we have to involve the other cities. As you know, those cars, they sometimes race down Crown Valley, come through Laguna, come from Dana Point or south, other areas south or north from Newport. So it's not an easy situation to rectify, but I really appreciate the police department's work on that. As was mentioned, Councilmember Whalen and I and our subcommittee for fire insurance will be hosting the town hall meeting on the 27th here from 4 to 5. You have to register. Well, they'd like you to register. There's a QR code. I asked our communications person if they could tell us how many people are registered, but they have to work through the state. So I don't know. We're working on that, but it's not easy to get it. So just make sure you register, and I think it'll be really very helpful. We had as Councilmember Orgill mentioned, we had our meeting with our community ambassadors for the promenade. I just want to list off who those people are that were selected by Councilmember Orgill and I as Mark Christie, Steve Jones, Morris Skandarian, Susan Whiten, Eileen Slora, Ryan Cummings, Chris Collette, Bill Hoffman, Adam Schwirmer, Lisa Farber, Kristen Simmons, and Josephine Torbenson. And then finally, we're going to talk about this on consent item number 16. We will be pulling that on visitor impacts, but I didn't want to mention, I think somebody mentioned, maybe Michelle or somebody mentioned that about media coverage. I just want to mention that I've done 5 on-camera interviews on this issue. KTLA, ABC7, a couple of repeats on that. One was Spectrum Media. We've also done a lot of print media and radio. So we also have a lot of Google ads out there, which I'll talk about later, which I think all in all, we're getting our message out. And we're going to talk about how to manage the impacts coming up. Okay, so with that, council, we have a mere 16 consent items here, and which includes our proclamation for Dr. Brown. So who wants to pull what?
Can I pull 19, 20, and 22?
16 and 18.
Okay,
Just say 15. Yeah. Oh, 15 for me, Mayor.
thank you. So I'm sorry, Mark 18, George 15. Yeah, but I'm already gonna pull 16. Okay. 5, okay. Anybody else? Anything? I'll give you a minute or so. Yeah, I will in a second here. I'm just trying to get them all, get the list here. Okay, anybody else in the council here? Anybody from the public want to pull any items, please come forward.
The ones that were pulled, so the public knows, is 5, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, and 22.
Well, I'm just trying to wait for the public.
Right, but
Yeah.
they wanted to know to
Okay.
pull what.
13 and 14.
Oh,
17, I don't think that was mentioned.
Right.
The ones I wanted were 16, 17, and 15. So I think that covered, yeah,
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So can I get a balance? Okay, so let's just go through what was pulled.
I'll move. Or do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
No,
I'll
go
move
ahead.
items 1 through 4, 6 through 12. And then
19.
21. No, I pulled 19.
Mhm.
21, and then 24 through 26.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
aye. Aye.
Yeah.
I know, so much. Hang on 1 second here, let me catch up. We got little binders tonight. Okay, who pulled 5?
I did.
Okay, please come to the microphone.
Hello, Laura Parisi, City Treasurer. I pulled item 5, which is the June investment report. And the reason I pulled it was because there was a spreadsheet glitch on page 7, which was corrected, but I inadvertently sent the wrong copy to the city manager for publication. So the report is correct online, and I have a revised page 7 on the report for anybody who is interested.
Can you tell us what the change was there?
Yes, the change was that the LAIF balance, and I don't have my glasses, but the LAIF balance was incorrect in the general ledger cost. And that was because part of the LAIF balance includes bond proceeds, which are should be separately stated. Those proceeds were separately stated in the fair value column of the report. It just messes up the math when you have a spreadsheet glitch like this one. My sincere apologies. I sent the wrong one to the city manager's office, but online it's accurate.
Thank you, Laura. Since you're up there and since you've pulled this, I wasn't going to comment, but thank you for adding the 2-year forecast on cash flow forecast where you show receipts and disbursements, which is I think helpful. But one thing I think we could add there to be more informative would be, because this just shows receipts and expenditures or disbursements. It doesn't show available cash. So I think if we could figure out a way to work in here, what the available cash is going to look like, that would be helpful to the public.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And the goal with the available cash is always to have, the city has a dry period, which is typical of most governments. We have a dry period mostly in the summer in between property tax payments. And the goal is to have enough available cash to carry the city through the dry period. I think that'd be an excellent addition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on this item? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Any comment on that item, number 5? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Council, can I have a motion?
Move the recommended action. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is 13. Who called that?
Mayor,
I'm
before you
sorry.
move on, it's Anne Marie.
Oh, where's the voice coming from? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi, did you capture item 23 in your motion when you were listing all the items? Because it wasn't pulled and we just want to make sure it was captured.
That's 23.
If not, if we could just have a motion including.
Wastewater master plan.
We
Yeah.
think in listing the numbers, it may just have inadvertently been skipped.
Yes, we're just not
Oh,
sure.
was
you
it
listed
intended to be?
I didn't intend it for it to be pulled, but I don't remember what I said, so I can make a motion.
Can we do a motion on
for
23?
Item 23.
We either
Thank
have
you.
a double motion or we catch it.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next is item 13, which is, where is it? Award of task order for design of Aliso Beach parking lot rehabilitation.
And Christoph, my comment on that, I'm happy that you're rehabilitating the parking lot. I'm just concerned about saving the trees. And there's been some, what would you call it? Rumors that somehow the trees in the parking lot may be in jeopardy because of the idea of getting more parking spots in there. So I would just hope that you would include in your criteria for this study that those trees be protected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruben Flores, 20-some-year resident. I agree with Ann regarding the palm trees. They require almost no water whatsoever. Yes, they do require the maintenance of the trimming of the palms. Also, too, there's a mystery about why the lawn died all of a sudden there. And we want to make sure that there isn't something going on that the city makes happen, but pretends that they don't know, because the lawn's been great for 20 years or so, and then all of a sudden it just died. And then they say, well, we have to remove it because it's dead. That's not cool. And it's great because people that have kids and they bring their kids, that's where they can clean them off the sand before they go to the car. So let's try and make sure that the grass stays there. Regarding Aliso, in the past 3 years, we've had many conversations about that particular location, regarding the a parking structure in a rumor that's going on around there, the pickleball courts that are supposed to happen in the back, the estuary development, more parking in the beach side, the amount of home challenged people underneath the bridge, drumming circle. All of those things are part of the equation of Aliso Beach. And right now it's a staple for many people. And so toying with that is not going to be a small element. And I think maybe there should be a task force, or there should be some citizens that are helping this project get planned, because otherwise it just becomes a fight. It's a us against them thing. So that is a staple for many people. I helped to develop the property just south of that, and in the development of that property, it was very important how that particular beach and that parking lot functioned. So that is a gem, and I request that that be city concern for residents, so that they're allowed to be part of this planning committee. Thank you.
Ruben, how many trees are at that site?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
Probably 40 or so,
40?
maybe
Okay.
more.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Back again, Greg Viviani here about the Aliso parking lot. So I was born and raised in South Laguna. I've been going to Aliso Beach my whole life. And can you hear me? And basically trying to I've heard rumors, I don't know, from people saying that there's a plan to add additional parking spaces, reconfigure the parking lot, re-stripe the parking lot, and all these different things. I can tell you, I know that parking lot like the back of my hand. I've been going to that beach for 40 years, and it's been the same for maybe the last 30, and it's worked, even though it gets crowded. But if you do a directional, or you tilt the parking spaces, or you make them more narrow, or you add more, it's going to cause more congestion, more trash on the beach, because the beaches are going away. They're not coming back. The sand is shrinking. So you're going to compound the amount of trash that I just showed you ending up on the beach. And I don't want to have to come back here and do that again. And also, if you make the parking spaces narrower, there's a lot of people with a lot of kids, SUVs, door dings are going to happen frequently. And the county, when they designed the parking lot, they made it big spaces. They made it 2 lanes to go back and forth, and to be able to pass cars that are waiting for other cars to park. And if you want to get more revenue, maybe meter the street up above, but don't add any extra spaces to the Aliso lot. It will cause a detrimental harm to the environment and cause more problems to Aliso Beach. And also, adding more parking spaces is going to push the public and the tourists up into the residential areas. And we live up there, and it's crammed as it is. There's people parking all the way up behind the hospital. There's trash everywhere. It's crazy. So I urge you to just repave it, restripe it the way that it is, maybe do some upgrades, maybe fix the shower, add a drinking fountain here and there, but don't add any more spaces. Don't make the spaces narrower. Don't make it directional. Those are all things, I promise you, that will cause problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Aaron Peluso. Some of you guys probably know me as a skimboard guy only. What you may not know about me is I manage a fair amount of commercial real estate, including some shopping centers with parking lots that are much bigger than both of these parking lots put together. And when I saw the proposal, what I think is going on here is you're putting the cart before the horse. What I think you're going to wind up with if you go through this is you're going to spend $115,000 to come up with a new design to try and get some more parking spaces out of there, which I understand. That's, I pretty much agree with Greg, but I understand, revenue is important here. You probably get a marginal amount of more parking spaces in there without dramatically impacting the flow of traffic and the gridlock that happens there in the summer. But you're going to pay probably, you're going to pay for the engineer, and you're going to pay probably another $200,000 or $300,000 in all of the upgrades to the drainage and everything else that happens there. And you're probably going to go over your $700,000 budget, because that front parking lot's going to be almost entirely remove and replace. And that parking lot alone, just for the paving work, it's probably $500,000. And so I think unless you're willing to expand the budget, you should really consider taking a more measured approach. Maybe if you want to explore that, hire somebody, pay them $5,000, $10,000, have them do a conceptual, see what you might be able to get. Just, the quick study to see what's there. Because if you're not going to go that way, there's no reason to spend that amount of money. You can go get a CAF survey to handle your ADA issue, because you do have a path of travel issue there. That should cost $10,000. You can pay somebody $5 to $10 to do a conceptual to see what a new parking configuration might look like. You get a quick look at it without going all in on this right off the bat. And I think once you see the pros and cons in a written form, you'll have more information to make a decision if you want to go all in on something like this or not. That'd be my advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Okay, anybody else? Okay,
Madam Mayor, would it be okay if Mark McAvoy came up?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Any specific questions you'd like me to address?
Yeah, are we planning to take out trees?
So there are no current plans to remove trees. The project does include an analysis of both parking lots to see if more spaces can be added, a reasonable amount. ADA upgrades that are absolutely needed, missing a sidewalk, especially on the coast side, that needs to be put in. as well as the electrical out there isn't fully functioning and needs to be upgraded. The parking lot lighting needs to be addressed. There are no plans to remove trees. If any tree removals were going to be recommended as a result of this design, this project requires going through full process with public input. And so that would be the plan, is this will be before Planning Commission. It'll go through design review and CDP, all the things that are necessary for the project. So it's not the current plan to remove any trees. I plan to maintain the trees that are there. If removal of a tree resulted in adding spaces, it wouldn't be done absent public input on that tree removal. And I appreciate the feedback I've heard regarding what we should and shouldn't do at those two locations, and staff will absolutely keep that in mind as we go through the process. This was included in the CIP for this year, and so this is the next step in the process, is design contract.
And Mark, the reason the lawn died?
Thanks for the reminder, Dave. So we were alerted to the lawn suffering out there. Caltrans is doing a bunch of work adjacent to that along Coast Highway and along the slope. That impacted the irrigation at Aliso Beach Park. So we were very appreciative that that was pointed out to us, because it caused us to do a deep dive, find the irrigation and repair it. And it's been repaired and the lawn is functioning, and there are no plans to remove it.
Mark, you mentioned that this is at $103,000 and is reasonable for the scope of the work. And the scope of the work includes reconfiguration of the parking lots themselves, electrical work that needs to be done. What's the other elements of the scope of the work that we're getting for the $103,000?
So the project, this results in a set of construction documents for the construction of the project. And so it's all the design entailed in there, which is pavement rehab, which could be removal and replacement, could be overlays, could be a combo of the both. Analysis of, is there a way to fit more parking stalls in there? I appreciate Mr. Viviani's comment regarding the layout. That'll absolutely be looked at. You'll notice that the entrance there, where we have the do not back up, tire spikes with gates that come down. We'll be looking at the entrance onto and off of Coast Highway. The entrance ingress egress there isn't ideal there or across the street on the inland side. So we'll be looking at the layout there. We'll be looking at the drainage, any upgrades we need to the drainage, all the electrical, adequate parking lot lighting, the pedestrian access around both sides, including there's a chunk of missing sidewalk right now, specific ADA analysis to see if there are any ADA upgrades that are needed, landscaping improvements. There's probably a few other sundry items in there, but full-scale rehab so that it's a brand new parking lot that meets current standards.
I understand this parking lot has been overrun with waves coming in on high tides. That's a separate issue. You're not going to be looking at how to protect the lot if we do $700,000 of rehabilitation plus whatever this is including. I don't know if it's including that 303. And it gets swamped. What does that analysis entail?
We are including that analysis as well.
Okay.
When we have periods of high tide, especially king tides, you will get a fair amount of sand coming into the lot. And so if there are ways to improve the drainage in the lot or to recontour the lot to help with elevations and spots that help reduce the amount of impact when we get those big high tide events, that then, I vested interest in this to reduce the amount of time we have to spend removing sand once it gets into the lot. And so we'll be looking at that as well. To the extent we can, we will absolutely do that. It's my hope that we can make some at least marginal improvements when it comes to the amount of area that gets covered by high tide.
Impacts. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So, Mark, what's the timeline on if this moves ahead on when this might go back to planning so that the public would have a chance to see an input on the plans?
Well, nothing happens super quickly when it comes to design of our infrastructure. So we generally try to target construction after a summer season, which means probably next fall. And so I would anticipate being in front of Planning Commission no sooner than the spring. So I would give it about 6 months to get through the process.
Okay, any further questions on this item? No? Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll move to recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, item 14, which is an update to the tree removal and planting policy for public trees.
I pulled this council. I have some detailed comments on the revisions to the tree policy and passing them out. I'm sorry they came in so late, but I'll just review my suggestions. On page 7, I'm asking that the arborist be present at council meetings and also be allowed to speak. In the past, the arborist was sitting there and wasn't able to comment because staff didn't want them to comment. And so I think if we're paying for an arborist, we should let them say what their opinion is, even if staff doesn't agree with it. On the next page, we're talking about removing a tree, and we're providing for 7 days for the public to review it, and then 2 days for city council members to put it on the agenda. So it appears to me that we should be sending this notice to the council in the first place so that they're prepared. They're not just getting a phone call at the last minute and having to decide what to do in 2 days. Then on page 8, I'm asking that the director may also conclude that there is no removal of a tree that's required. Next, we've had a number of cases where the department has asked to remove a tree, and then we say, well, okay, if this tree has to be removed, what's going to go in? And the answer is always, well, that's a separate process. That's going to happen later. We'll deal with that later. And that just delays putting a tree back in that hole. And some of these cases, there's no tree back. You know, we have one removed in South Laguna. It's been 2 or 3 years and the tree is not back in the hole. It's just an empty hole. So I would urge you to have them propose the replacement tree so that it can move forward and we can get those trees back. And the next page, it talks about 48 business hours for notification to occur. So what is a business hour? Does that mean 6 days? 6 8-hour days being 48 business hours? I just wonder if that's a mistake. And then they talk about diseased trees. What are the options to treat the diseased trees? And according to this write-up, it's I'd like to ask for a little more time, please.
We'll give you 1 more minute.
Thank you. Now I lost my train of thought. So we're talking about using disease as a permission to remove a tree. What about a provision to employ some treatments before that decision is made if there's a disease? Because mostly diseases can be treated. We're also talking about a list of invasive trees, which is published in the state of California, and using that as criteria for Laguna Beach. There are almost no invasive trees in Laguna Beach. I can only think of one, which is the Ailanthus altissima. And if we're using the statewide list, you're talking about invasive species as far north as Humboldt County, where there's a lot of rain and a lot of different conditions than here, which allow more invasive trees to happen. We don't have that situation here, so we shouldn't be applying the statewide standard for invasive trees. And then there's issues regarding the adjacent property owners should be considered, but not determining what tree is to be planted. The determination of what the tree is should be the city's, and that's why we have the landscape and scenic highways plan. And then I agree with the exemptions at the bottom of page 10. And also that they're talking about notifying people of a possible significant view impact, even if they're 500 feet away from the tree, if staff thinks there's a potential for a significant view impairment. I think that's excessive. How does staff know that there might be an impaired view for someone 500 feet away from a street tree that they want to plant? I think that's putting too much of a burden on staff.
All right,
So
thank
I'd like to ask you to have them reconsider some of these comments and revise this change. Thank you. Any questions?
Ruben Flores, I want to echo all the things that Ann just said. They're not small items, they're important items, and quite frequently, we get the notices late regarding what's happening in the tree world. And so getting notice would be great. And probably one of the biggest things is the replanting of the trees. I request that actually before a tree is even designated to be removed, that the thought of what will be replaced is determined before, because the cutting down seems to take place so rapidly. And the conversation afterwards of what might replace it takes a long time. And I do want to thank the city manager for meeting with us about tree and landscape issues. So I just think we're moving in a great direction. One of the things we want to keep in mind, and regarding like the tree that came down on the circle where the roundabout is an 80-foot plus tree came down. And the thought is, well, we're going to replace it. Well, you replace it with a 15-gallon that is 8 foot tall. So there, you're not really replacing something, you're putting a hope in. So I would like to see where the city actually plants 2 or 3 other trees somewhere in the town to help support the tree canopy that was demolished, so that we're supporting an equal canopy somewhere in town. We're talking about Aliso Beach. There's been about 8 Torrey pines that have come down over the last 15 years. They used to be all the way from where the sign is up to the top of the property, and many of those have gone. So why not, when you replace a tree, you also look at where in a city park or a city location you can plant a new tree to help support the tree canopy of the city as a whole, not just that one not just that one hole where the tree is being replaced. Number 2, and I know this is a silly thing, but sometimes silly things make a difference. You know that song that says, tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree? Well, that yellow ribbon was a sign of love. And here we are saying that let's go put a yellow ribbon around a tree that we're going to kill. So I say we put a red ribbon around that tree that we're going to kill. But on the later parts where they're talking about where they're gonna plant a tree, yeah, we'll use that yellow ribbon. And so that there's a significance to it. The other item is that's not being taken into consideration on item 4 on item 2 on page 10, and that was lighting. So lighting wasn't considered. There are some city lights that are being obstructed by trees. And so when we do go to consider putting a tree in, we should consider if there's going to be an obstruction to lighting. Thank you.
And thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Comments, council?
Yeah, so I think our whole approach to trees in a lot of ways doesn't make sense to me, because I agree with Ruben. When we're talking about doing one-offs, it's really and it takes, under the current, before this is adopted, 21 days of public comment on a tree. And, I think one of the problems is we're not planting enough trees because we've created so much bureaucracy and red tape that it's impossible to plant a tree. So I'm supportive of what we have in front of us, but maybe going forward, instead of kind of this piecemeal approach, maybe what we do is have, kind of a yearly plan where we say, look, these are all the locations where we're going to plant trees. These are the types of trees. And that's where the public comes in and gives input. And then we just plant the trees and get these trees planted instead of having bureaucracy, get in the way. I think the language, I do get concerned about, I don't think we should ever be having dangerous trees that are found to be by arborists, dangerous and deadly. Our city manager was in Newport Beach. There was a horrible tragedy where a woman was crushed by a tree, and then all the trees in that area came down. And so we don't want to ever have that here. We want it, public safety is our number one priority. So I guess I'm supportive of what's in front of us. I think going forward, I'd like to figure out how we can remove the trees that are dangerous, but then aggressively plant. And I like Ruben's idea of a 3-for-1 replacement, or maybe 5-for-1. We should be going all in on trees, but we shouldn't be protecting dangerous trees. So
Yeah,
I'm supportive.
I like to make a point about the lady had died in Newport Beach. It was later discovered that Public Works had done contractor had done a bit of destruction of that root system of the tree. So that really created a bad situation for the health of the tree, which is partially why it fell on her car. I do want to point out that July was the hottest month in history in the United States, and trees do protect us from the sun. And I agree that planting more of them, more than one, when we lose one, is what Santa Monica does. We had a presentation from a noted arborist there who has a very, very detailed plan in Santa Monica, and I think we should emulate that and look at it. And I'd love for Matt to work with Ruben and Ann on some of these revisions for this, if it's possible, to incorporate them. Thank you.
Any other comments? Bob, go ahead.
So, generally I was supportive of the changes that were here, but looking through Ann's changes, I think a couple of these really do make some sense. I think where we've retained outside arborists, we've had this issue come up. I mean, they should be asked to attend the council hearing if it's going to get that far. I like the idea on page 8 of, maybe staff can correct me if there's an issue, but selecting the replacement tree at the time that we're doing the removal decision seems to me to be feasible. I think we should do that. And then I think the clarification on page 9, I think it's good to inform the adjacent property owners, but I don't think they should be determining the species. I think it should be ultimately a city decision. I don't know if it's always pursuant to the Landscape and Scenic Highways document, but I think making it clear that ultimately it's a city, the city will determine the nature of the replacement tree makes sense. Ruben's comment on lighting makes sense to me. We've got a couple of trees out here in the village entrance that are growing right into the lighting, which isn't a good thing. I would not make the change on the record of views. We've had that issue before, and that change has been added in because we had situations where records of views had been recorded and not taken into account. I'd leave that with staff. So those are my thoughts on Ann's changes.
Bob, on the on page 8, as it relates to replacement trees, instead of, because I think what I don't want is for us to be, figuring out what type of tree to plant from the dais. But I like the idea of maybe instead of determined, a replacement tree should be determined. What if we say replacement tree should be affirmed? Because I think ideally we should be having like a plan that we're basing these decisions off of.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't want to make the decision.
Yeah.
I just, timing wise, it shouldn't be a big gap.
No, I agree with that.
Between the removal and the decision to replace.
And then
The
on the
Scenic Highway Plan has got that. That was an award-winning document created by Bob Borthwick and Ed Christoph and a couple other people. So I think it should be followed.
And then on the I'm worried about for the arborist section. I think I would want to hear any arborist who's involved in one of these cases, but if someone was sick or something, I don't know, can we make it encouraged instead of
Make best effort.
make it a little
Yeah,
bit
something like that. I mean,
more
in
flexible?
other words, they should be asked to attend. We're not going to cancel the hearing. They
Right.
can't.
Yeah.
Just
I have a question for the staff, and that is, you mentioned here, if a private party wishes to request a public tree be planted, a letter must be submitted to the attention of the Director of Public Works and Utilities requesting a public tree planting. There's a particular species being requested. Has anybody done that? Is this absolutely new? Absolutely new? Okay. And so how does the decision made to carry it out? What criteria is used? I mean, I just.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Weiss. So there have been a number of residents that typically not a written letter, but an email or sometimes a phone conversation where people just request a tree either in front of their home in the public right away, or sometimes they're walking around downtown and they notice a spot where they think a tree should go and they message me or Public Works and request a tree planting. And then I always direct them to this policy and say that there's a process for that.
And is there, of those requests, how many have been planted? Just so, I mean, have we done it? And how many?
Yeah, we've certainly.
How many have you done?
And since the policy was last revised in 2021, probably half a dozen or so. It's not the most common way we plant trees, certainly, but
Sure.
it has been utilized.
Yeah, thank you.
Matthew, what do you think about the idea that Ruben brought up that we don't want to be piecemealing trees? You know, we have our CIP where we figure out what are the projects we're going to do for a year. Going forward, is that something that you think would make sense to maybe say, okay, we're going to plant 100 trees this year and outline where they're going to be? Is that something that you see in other cities, or what are the best practices? Because it just seems like this approach of having to be doing an individual notice each time is just inefficient and not achieving our goals.
Laguna Beach has some pretty unique challenges when it comes to planting trees. A lot of it has to do with available spaces where you can plant public trees. And so to sort of lock ourselves into a specific number at the beginning of a time frame and then try to, race to reach up to that might not be the best approach. But certainly whenever we do tree plantings, I always try to schedule them in large batches to make best use of, so we're not disrupting parking or, traffic flow, and also just try to maximize efficiency there.
When you're doing an urban tree canopy, isn't there sort of a strategy that you're trying to implement? It's not just randomly picking different areas for trees.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is part of the process that we go through when we do a site analysis, either through when we're planting a tree to replace one that was previously removed, or if somebody or some other circumstance prompts us to look at a new tree planting location.
Oh, this is a question that I think City Manager Biff has mentioned or Jeremy mentioned, we have a grant for tree planting of $100,000 from U.S. Forestry. Is there something to that, or are we applying for that? Am I wrong about that?
I'm not aware off the top of my mind, but
I can speak to that, Councilmember Weiss. We obtained, sorry, Mark McAvoy, Director of Public Works. We obtained a USDA grant for $100,000 to assist in updating, developing urban forest master plan for the city. And
Okay.
so that grant, we were before you a couple meetings ago to get approval to sign the agreement and
Yeah.
receive the funds. And so over the course of this next year, it's one of the things that Matthew will be overseeing. And that'll help, I think, address what Mayor Pro Tem Nagy is mentioning about a more cohesive approach to larger batch tree planting. I would point out recently, I think just a week or two ago, we had our most recent batch of tree plantings. We planted 12 trees. Basically over a 2-day period. 6 were replacement trees for those previously removed, and 6 were in new locations that we had followed the noticing process on. And so we try to do 10 to 12 trees at a time if we can.
So just for the public's benefit in mind, how many trees is there any number, goal that they have with this grant that increase the tree canopy, reduce temperatures? I don't know. Is there any goal at all?
So the grant is going to help upgrade a lot of the analysis tools to make better, more informed decisions based on data. Well, one of the aspects of that is a pretty comprehensive tree planting site analysis where either through LiDAR canopy analysis or on the ground, looking at infrastructure and places to plant trees, where in the city is our canopy strongest, oldest, youngest, weakest, and then make decisions on where to plant trees and what species based on that data, as opposed to sort of just like we were talking about here. Replacement trees are always going to be part of that, right? Trees are always going to have to be removed, whether they decline or die or become dangerous. And then but this planting site analysis and the canopy analysis will help do exactly what several of the council has spoken about, doing a more comprehensive, cohesive approach.
Okay, so no quota, but generally a management plan for trees is also an analysis of where trees grow best and where not, and what type will grow best in that area. And then from there, make informed decisions about what to plant, but not necessarily how many.
Correct. So we didn't have set a goal in terms of a number of tree plantings.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, have any? Okay, Council, you ready to make a motion?
Well, I guess the question is, I mean, I had pointed out several of Christoph's proposed changes that I thought made sense. I mean, the question is whether staff wants to try to redraft it and bring it back, or
I mean, can't we just?
I don't know.
Can't we just, I mean, I'm for including your comments. Let's move on with this. We don't need it really, I don't think we need to hear it back again personally, but I like Bob, I'm talking, I like Bob's comments, so.
With my revisions.
Yeah, I'd be willing to make I'll make a motion with Bob comment and along with Alex's revisions.
Do we have those on clear?
We have Mark and Matthew. You guys clear on what those are? It's okay to say no.
Somewhat clear on, I'd say, I think the comments were regarding,
let me just go through them again.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
helpful.
easiest. So in section 2, arborists shall attend or be requested to attend the council meeting. In section 4, I think notice the city council members is fine. In section on page 8 in the middle section there, it looks like it numbered 1. The addition on the director may conclude there's no removal is fine. Replacement trees, I think it just would be included in the materials coming to council. I forget exactly how Alex
Affirmed instead of determined.
Affirmed. So this language here, but instead of determined, it would be affirmed. 48 business hours. I mean, maybe we just put number of days because that's what we use elsewhere in the policy. So I don't know whether that's 6 days or whatever you guys want to put there.
I think it's two days.
2 days. Well, this is
48
48 business hours.
But I think it
Business-
was-
Oh, yeah,
intent to
that's
make it 2
actually,
days.
that's, well, 48 business hours is 6 days.
What
What were we thinking there, Matthew? or
What was the intent?
which
Top of page 9.
should say 2 business days.
Yeah.
2 business days. Okay,
There we
good.
go.
I would just leave the invasive language alone because there's no change proposed to that anyway, but. And then on the bottom of page 9, adjacent property owners can be, it should not be determinate. They should be advised like it's here, but ultimately it's a city decision, however you want to phrase that. And then on 10, paragraph 2, I think noting that we want to avoid conflicts with lighting, if you can move that and add that in there, made sense. And that was it.
Second.
All in favor?
Sorry, just for staff, do you want to change the ribbon color?
Yeah, I don't know if any people know what a yellow ribbon is anyway.
The yellow color is to make sure it's visible and catches the eye, so it's not unclear which tree it is, but staff.
Which
will
is,
take
in
any
your
direction.
opinion, what's more eye-catching? What's the most eye-catching color? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea.
What are the best practices? I'm not
Yeah.
an arborist.
It's usually just a short piece of high vis reflective ribbon. It's not necessarily like opaque. It's the same high visibility vest color. So
Oh, I
like a
see.
neon yellow green.
Why don't we say a high visibility ribbon?
There you go.
There you go.
You guys
can
can
do
figure it
that.
out.
And just can I clarify, Councilmember Whalen had said the arborist required was what Ann Christoph said, but
I think you said
Renage, you wanted
requested.
requested.
I thought, Bobby, you said requested.
Yeah, shall be requested to attend meetings of the city council, period. Yeah.
Okay. You guys got it? Okay, so we had motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, that takes us to item 15, which is a contract with independent auditor for annual independent audit and preparation of city annual comprehensive financial report and update on operational assessment.
Yeah, I pulled this one, Mayor. Thank you. I would like to get some feedback from the subcommittee. I think Mr. Meck and Mr. Brown from, if you could step forward. I'd just like to know what your conversation was with Bailey, just to kind of understand what was communicated to you, because I have no idea.
What
Please,
you
that'll
were
help
asking
the,
about, 'cause we
that'll
did
help the
have that
public.
conversation.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll try to recap that briefly, just so the community knows and everyone knows.
Yeah.
The purpose of the audit committee is to advise the city council in this area. So that's what our role is. The most pressing issue for the committee was to select an audit firm for the upcoming year, when we got moving a few months ago. The city, as part of that process, identified 5 firms that responded to the RFP, where our current auditor, which is Bailey, was not part of that process. The subcommittee interviewed all of those firms and narrowed it down to the top 3. The full audit committee then interviewed the 2 finalists after one of those firms that was down to the finals dropped out. We had good community engagement during that meeting, and the audit committee selected one firm, and there was additional follow-up post-meeting during the meeting that was requested for the subcommittee to follow up with the previous audit firm, which is Bailey, just to understand the additional factors that should be considered as part of this. And that all had to do with the timing and exit of the firm and other factors like those. In that regard, I would say the subcommittee and mayor as liaison held a lengthy Q&A session with principals of that firm. I think it was pretty thorough. I think that was something we both found, and the mayor will speak for herself, I'm sure. I think the good news for all of you is that our original auditor is also still interested in working with the city. So you're now left with 2 great firms to choose from. Both have similar timelines for audit completion. So that's part of the process that's in the mix as well. And no matter which firm is selected, it's going to be important to understand the audit work, I believe, would begin in September. Final field work around January, and final reports around March. And Gavin can correct some of that, or maybe Dave, but I believe that's roughly the timeline. So I know there was some conversation about trying to do things by year end. It's late in the cycle. So that I think is probably not realistic at this point based on what the firms have told us.
Yeah, just a couple ads. Bailey is significantly more expensive on their bid by probably $30,000. So that's significant. And I will tell you, one of the learnings that we found in the whole audit space was there's a lot of pressure on the finance departments in municipalities today. And a lot of that relates back to COVID. And so I think if we could probably give one endorsement, it would be to really kind of start to look at how can we allocate the work that's in the finance department, get best practices going on, because turnover is a huge issue in that space. And so to the extent that we can limit turnover and get good process and good job descriptions, I think that'd be super helpful in the audit.
Thank you. Anybody, any questions for our subcommittee here?
comment here. The original intent in changing auditors was to improve the timing. Okay, to December. That isn't obviously in factor right now. So either both firms are pretty much the same date. To me, the advantage of staying with I-Bailey is they know us, and changing and without actually a good reason other than $30,000. Okay,
Okay.
that's a factor, but
So we're doing questions
huge
right
factor.
now, not determination.
I'm sorry for-
Opinions. Go ahead. Anybody with questions?
so
I just had,
okay, go ahead.
I just had one question, maybe for Gavin. The statutory deadline for us to get our audit filed is what?
March. Usually March is the deadline for our federal grant requirements and for a lot of our bond documents to have a financial report prepared by the end of March.
By the end of
We
March.
always strive for December. That's a hard goal we've had for quite a long time, but March is the statutory.
Okay, thank you.
I have a procurement question. So one of the things when Sean Joyce was here that he recommended was that we update our procurement policies and so that we're doing things in a more intentional and, fair way, which is how government is supposed to do this kind of stuff. So did Bailey, did they apply for the RFP?
They did not.
So how would we go even if we wanted to pick them, would that be a sole source contract? What provisions in the code would allow us to pick them? I guess that's my question.
Megan might be able to chime in, but that's something I discussed with you, Mayor Pro Tem, that while I appreciate the fact that I-Bailey is still interested in working with us, I'm reluctant to upend the RFP process because the 5 submitters and then the 3 submitters and the 2 submitters who were all interviewed, did so in good faith. And we don't have a good reason to overturn that or upend that. We have the right to, but it's kind of sends a chilling message to people who would otherwise respond to RFPs if we do this to people who otherwise responded in good faith.
So, but we would have a right to. Is that what you're
I think
saying?
all of our RFPs, when issued, said we have the right to reject the RFP and the responses. But it's built into the RFP.
But then we would go and how would we select this one, like a sole source, or what would the?
Yeah, Megan can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we have to do a sole source.
But how would we make those findings?
Those are tough findings, to
right?
make.
I mean, I'm trying to understand from a
Yeah.
process and legal perspective how we would go about doing that, even if we wanted to.
Mayor Pro Tem, I mean, those are good questions. I think that the way that our code is written, you're right. So the code, if we go through the RFP process, as Dave mentioned, it has a provision that we reserve the right to reject all bids. So then that's what we would have to do. We'd be then in the position of either needing to reissue an RFP or be able to operate under one of the exceptions in our code. Sole source is probably the main one, potentially emergency given the deadlines, but we've arguably put ourselves into that emergency. And so they're a little tricky to make. The one thing that I would wonder, and I don't know the answer to this, is with the prior contractor, what our arrangement was and what our notification was to them. If there's an existing argument that their contract could be revived effectively, is something we would have to look at.
Let me ask the question about I-Bailey. Was there a severability clause in the contract, and what was that? I understand there's no letter from them, no letter from us to them terminating the agreement. What that's kind of odd to me, considering this is a multi-year agreement and a pretty formal relationship here with finance involved.
Councilmember Rice, I don't know those facts. If there is no letter terminating the agreement, that would actually lend itself to the argument that the contract hasn't been terminated, and so there's still an option.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what the contract says, so I don't know. Thank you.
I'd just offer one other point too, that the I-Bailey agreement is in its 2nd year. It would go to its 3rd year if you wanted to renew it. We would then go out for an RFP and have potentially a new auditor step in next year. So you have 2 fairly disruptive years versus going with a new auditor who responded to the RFP in good faith, and there'll be 1 fairly disruptive year and then arguably another 2 years where we know each other, they know our staff is stable, and we could potentially limit that disruption to 1 year versus 2 if you went with the recommended auditor from the audit committee.
Okay, any other questions for our subcommittee? If you guys want to hang tight there. And we'll see. Okay, I'll open, oh, go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
Real quick, Alex, are you suggesting that a change in the procurement policy would have made a difference? And
No.
if so, did
What-
you want to consider that,
Made a difference in what way?
this process?
No, I think I think here the procurement process was how you're supposed to do procurement, where you do an RFP. What we've had, I think what we don't want to be doing is repeated, and I'm not saying that was happening in this specific instance, but it's important to be doing RFPs and to ensure that we're getting competitive bidding as a government entity.
Okay.
So that's my point.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Hi, Council. Laura Parisi, City Treasurer. I wanted to, after I read this, I was a little surprised that there's a second contract in here. And I don't want to mispronounce the name, the consulting, it's an $85,000 organizational agreement to examine the finance department to help us get to best practices. They're going to be looking at the city treasurer. I'm actually pretty excited about having that done. But I would have thought $85,000 should have gone to RFP. I also noticed that Jan Perkins was the person, and I really like Jan, but I believe she was a former city manager. And I mean, if this is to evaluate a finance department, wouldn't you want to have CPAs looking at that? I know I can tell you I was here in Laguna Beach when we did get the AAA rating from Standard & Poor's. We can do it, and I want to see, I would love to see us get to the point where we are a first class rated finance department. But I don't understand how you can do the $85,000 without going to RFP and ensuring that the group is independent and qualified financially to evaluate internal controls and compare it to others in the field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and the City Manager. My name is Robin Hall, and I'm a 45-year Laguna resident and a practicing CPA for almost 50 years. I owned and recently sold a public accounting firm located in Newport Beach. I am one of the residents who have been addressing the outside auditors' reported concerns and findings with the Finance Department's procedures, internal controls, cash and investments, year-end closing procedures, and other matters, as well as the delinquent delivery of the audited statements. We have been addressing these issues for the past 7 years with the Audit Committee and the City Council. Recently, the Audit Committee was tasked with vetting and making a recommendation to City Council from the firms that responded to the RFP. It is presumed that the December delivery date was included in the RFP. Meeting a December delivery deadline for a first-year audit of a city that has not met a December delivery date for the past 6 years and has had significant reporting findings in its prior audit reports is exceedingly unlikely. Only 5 firms responded to the RFP. How many qualified firms, and maybe more qualified firms, elected not to submit bids due to the unrealistic deadline? For that matter, why was Eddie Bailey, the existing audit firm, not included in the Audit Committee's recommendation process once it was learned the December delivery date would not be met in 2024? Eddie Bailey has been included in the Audit Committee's consideration for the following reasons. They were the existing and are the existing auditors under contract. They are a well-respected firm. They have performed the last 2 years' audits. They know the city systems. Staff has familiarity with the firm and its audit systems. No known issues with the firm or its staff have been reported. The 3rd year on a job should result in audit efficiencies. Tonight, the council is to determine which firm will be engaged to audit the June 30, 2024 financial statements. There are 3 firms available: LSL, Vacquez and Company, and Edie Bailey. LSL stated in the August 7th Audit Committee meeting that they likely won't meet the December 24 delivery deadline, and they also revealed that they had misinterpreted a GASB ruling. This resulted in the issuance of incorrect audited financial statements. These reports had to be recalled, restated, and reissued to be in compliance with generally accepted accounting principles and standards. Vacquez and Company would likely need to use overseas employees in hopes of meeting a December delivery deadline. Edie Bailey has stated they too would not be able to meet a December delivery for the June 30 audited statements. It seems prudent and most efficient to continue with Edie Bailey for at least the current year and possibly for the following 2 years per the contract. Bailey knows the city systems and staff knows Bailey's audit systems. The continuity of known auditors is less stressful and more efficient for staff. Finally, retaining Bailey should result in staff having more time to address and correct the issues and findings noted in previous audit reports. For these reasons stated above, I respectfully recommend the city continue to engage Edie Bailey as the city's outside auditors under the terms of the existing contract.
Robin, I have a question for you. You mentioned some misinterpretation of law by LSL. Was that a single incident? Is that how many?
I would defer that question to the subcommittee.
Okay. I don't know how many clients were affected by that minor mistake.
When you're an auditor and you misinterpret one of the guidelines that's been published, that's a pretty substantial error. And having issued statements and then having to go back and restate them is problematic.
Okay. I'll ask that the audit committee then.
Thank you.
Any comment?
Go ahead,
Steve.
I believe in the meeting, they indicated that they had that issue, and I believe they said one time, but I don't know if you heard
One
that.
time, one client, that was it? Or
I think it was one time, one client. And the other correction to that is they do not have any offshore work. One of the other auditors that we did look at does have a significant presence offshore to help do the work, but this one did not.
I think the issue was one time, I'm not sure on the number of clients.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
if you're misinterpreting a regulation, you probably did it across the board, I imagine, not just one client. And, but anyway, we don't know.
Go ahead, Mary.
Mary.
I'm back. Mary Locatelli. I've got a few comments on the audit firm recommendation and a few on the consulting contract. Let me just start by saying that this contract award to LSL would never have made it out of my contracts committee. You guys all know my thoughts. I've written a couple of letters to all of the council members for process reasons, professional reasons, practical reasons. We should stick with Ide Bailey for at least one more year, and we could do it for 2 because we have a contract extension that would get us that far. And when the time comes for a change, whether it's in a year or in 3 years, we should go through a formal bid process to make sure that we get all the available firms that are interested in bidding on the same principles, and we use good internal control practices and best purchasing practices. So that's my only comment on that. The consulting contract, I agree with what Laura has said, is that I couldn't figure out how this company, Raftelis, I think, is that how you pronounce it? I couldn't figure out how they were selected other than maybe it was sole source, and there was no rationale in the staff report, so I'm not sure. It's an impressive firm, don't get me wrong, and Ms. Perkins has I don't know her personally, but she's got a very impressive CV. But I couldn't find very much on the company's website regarding internal controls, whether they even do those kinds of reviews and whether that's a core competence of the company. In any event, it almost doesn't matter because there are a lot of firms that can do internal control reviews. I used to own a company called Internal Controls Consulting. That's all we did, and we never lacked for competition. So that alone tells you that sole source contracting in this regard is not justified, and that one wouldn't make it out of my contracts committee either. So I think we should do a formal RFP with our purchasing manager, and we should be sure that these internal control elements are included in the RFP. I just would like to say something nice because I just appreciate that Mayor Kemp and City Manager Kiff and all of the council members are really committed to improving the internal controls in the finance department. And that is, as I told City Manager Kiff, it's music to my ears. I mean, it's an excellent objective. I'm really excited to hear that that's something that you all are committed to. We're taking down a road to do just that. And I just, like I said, I couldn't be more thrilled. I just think that the first step we take down that road should be done selecting a partner in accordance with good internal control processes and procedures. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. That's good.
Anne Marie. Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I live at 2680 Park Avenue. I'd like to address the council as an individual. I sent a letter to you, Mayor Kemp, on July 25th, and I included in that, I asked a question: is it true that for six years that the city finance department did not complete a year-end audit on time, and that in 2023 the completed audit was over a year late? Assistant City Manager Gavin Curran emailed me, and basically the answer was yes, that's true. And in the letter, I asked the question: is it correct that in April 2024, City Manager Gavin Curran terminated Ed Bailey, the auditor, who had been our auditor for 2 years, without consulting the City Audit Committee or the City Council? And the answer was, quote, the decision was made not to renew the contract following an audit planning meeting in April, quote, needed to be done quickly to make sure a new audit firm could be in place in time to have the ability to meet the December timeline, unquote. The answer to my question was no, the City Council nor the Audit Committee was consulted. So what's the city's audit track record? The fiscal year ends June 30th, and the audit is to be completed by an outside audit firm by December 31st. This was successfully done in 2016 and 2017, but not since 2017. The audit is to be formally presented to the City Council before the end of the following year. This was successfully done in 2016, but apparently has not been done since 2016. Has the outside auditor reported issues of findings with city procedures, internal controls, cash and investments, or other matters? Yes, in every single year, 2016 through 2023, issues have been raised by the auditor. Did the auditor specifically report issues with year closing procedures? Apparently, yes, for every single year since 2016. Issues have been ongoing for sufficient years that the poor performance should have been addressed. The IT department should by now have an improved accounting system. Certainly, it's not appropriate to have the person criticized by the auditor to be in a position to fire the auditor. Since Ed Bailey is familiar with the city accounts, I support retaining them for auditing the 2024 books so that we can get a completed audit as soon as possible. But the greater issue here is that financial controls need to be investigated so that this poor record is properly addressed.
Michelle Monda. First question, did ID Bailey get a chance to bid on it through the RFP process? Was it specifically given to them, or were they just excluded from it? And did they exclude themselves because they assumed they were the auditor of record? So I think that's a question you need to ask before you say, well, they didn't do an RFP. I'd like to know the answer to that. And secondly, thank you, Mr. Felder. He just stole all my thunder. I was about to say many of the same things he was, so I absolutely agree with everything he said. On top of which, I have been following this issue of the finance department since it was first brought to my attention about over 5 years ago. And it's been the same problems every single year. It has not been addressed. It was not addressed under PDIG. It wasn't addressed under Dupuy. And who was behind it all? It was Gavin Curran. He was the head of finance. And I'm sorry, this should have been addressed. Somebody should have held him accountable. But now, all of a sudden, we're looking at changing auditors who have pointed it out yet again, the same issues. So is the fox guarding the hen house? I find it highly irregular that unilaterally he made the decision to fire these auditors for no other reason than they couldn't deliver before the end of the year. Well, could that also be that the numbers weren't given to them until very late and it was impossible to do those numbers because you can't do it in 4 months? That's probably part of the problem. So I really urge you to look at the current auditors we have, because I haven't seen any evidence that they did anything wrong other than not being able to deliver on time. But they have stated the problems that we have had with this department. So I don't know. I think that somebody needs to be accountable here. And I really think it should be the person who has been in charge for the last number of years. And you can't just wash it under the, wash it under the table by getting rid of the auditors, you know, the ones who point out the emperor has no clothes. So I urge you, please, at least for this year, for lots of reasons, including having people, you'd have to get them up to speed. If the goal is to get it done by December, which apparently nobody can do, I think you need to give them the chance to do it and then do a proper RFP. And I also agree with Laura and the other speakers about sending the bid for $85,000 out. I'm so excited that someone, thank you, Dave Kiff, someone is finally going to do an investigation into why this department is not functioning the way it should. So that needs to go out for an RFP. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council.
Dave, can you address the question about the procurement of the performance auditor?
Sure. I would like to, this is a conversation I had with Megan. I have not had a time to meet with Raftellus to go through their proposal. I would propose that if you're amenable to this, you authorize the amount at 75 or less, because that's within my contract authority. And I did look at other firms. I rely a lot on the fact that Jan Perkins is in town and been here and really knows her stuff, as does her team at Raftellus. So I was looking at trying to do something quickly, and I don't think quickly is irresponsible in this case because of many of the comments that people have identified. I tell the council this and community development are the top issues that I've identified. I've been here 3 months, and the fixing the finance department and having an appropriate and appropriately timed ACFR and a good single year audit, is a top priority for me and top priority for our discussion. The council has authorized additional staff members. We made an offer to a finance director candidate just this week. I'm enthused about what the combination of the new staff, the check on the organizational assessment done by Raftellus, and that the new auditor or Eide Bailey would provide in terms of our internal control. So I'm an optimist. I say this very respectfully. I don't think anything went wrong in a nefarious way. I just think a lot of things combined to make these audits difficult to get out in time. And the two audit firms that the committee interviewed on August 7th said basically that same thing, including LSL. Finance departments across California, probably across the United States, are really struggling right now. Ours is too. So we've got to turn that around as best we can. I think we have the team in place to do that. And I think whether it's Eide Bailey or LSL, we'll have a good audit too. So it's a top priority for me. I'll stop rambling. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, maybe in speaking a little bit more to the Raftellus question, I mean, if you want to bring it back within your signature authority, I guess that's another approach. But I had the same question I think that one of the speakers had, which was, I know Jan, we all know Jan. She's had a city manager history, very strong management person, but not a financial person. So what's the capability of this firm in terms of finance and internal control analysis.
I think thank you, Councilmember Whalen. There are 4 individuals that she proposed with. I reviewed their job experience and summaries. I know 2 of them. I think they're very sound in terms of being able to do this. I did ask them to engage fully with Laura to talk about the interaction between the treasury function, that some of which was in finance and some of which is not, to make sure that we're at best practice. So I expect them to deliver that and deliver it well.
Well, let me ask a question, Dave. The role of this performance review would be policies, procedures, practices, human resources as well?
Yeah, organizational chart, structure. Is our structure correct?
Span of control.
Do we have the right people in the right places?
So it's a very comprehensive review of policy, practice, procedures that should be best practices as they are, conducted by other cities that, and they've done other cities and done this specific job.
Some of the team members are finance directors.
Okay.
Former finance directors. Yeah.
I think that I'm fine with giving authority for the city manager to go ahead with this, based on what I have talked to him about and Alex has as well. I think it's a little bit sprung on the public because there hasn't been a lot of detail here. There's 2 paragraphs or so or more, but combining it with the audit, I think it should have been a single item myself, but if it's under your authority, then go for it, I would say. Regarding the audit itself, though, I think what we tried to do here is to, a lot of companies come in and bid on something and they go away empty-handed because whoever was the buying party didn't like the bids. We're going to rebid it. We've done that with a number of things. We didn't like the bids. They were too high. We didn't like the specifications. So that's common practice. I don't think the 4 audit firms, the 5 that bid on it would be disappointed that we bid it out next year and they come back. And we have a whole lot of more audit firms to bid on this with some very strict rules about when they get it done. And sticking with Bailey, even though it's 30,000 more, to me seems a no-brainer because you don't change a horse if they're running okay. And since we haven't really canceled them formally, I think that's my vote, to retain them and give the city manager authority to do the audit, the organizational audit on his own.
And George, I think there's a lot of wisdom in what you say on that, but I think the question is, have they been terminated or not? And were they legally terminated or not? I don't have any knowledge as to what communication there was or wasn't to Bailey, so I don't know.
My only thing was, I was told that this was just a verbal separation. And it's hard, I don't know that that's possible because this is a kind of a very formal contract. I don't know what the contract says.
Okay, Gavin, go ahead.
So I did communicate with Bailey, the partner involved. I did verbally communicate to him through a meeting. And I also followed up with an email indicating that we would no longer be proceeding with Bailey going forward. And also let him know that we would be issuing an RFP, which was a public RFP, and anyone could propose on that RFP. We followed the same RFP process we do for any of our bids. So they knew they were terminated. They were notified both verbally and through an email correspondence, and they were notified that there was an RFP process going forward.
Well, I would just say this, that may have been done, but that's a faulty process to use. You're the finance director and a CFO, and to terminate your own auditor is kind of extraordinary to me. That should have been consulted with the city council and the audit committee itself. So,
Hey, Gavin, I
that's
have a
my comment.
question. Did Bailey submit on the RFP?
Bailey did not submit on the RFP.
Now, why would they if they were just fired?
And if I can make one more
Well, the
comment.
question was asked, so we're getting the answer.
Yeah.
They did not submit on the RFP, and what I would comment on is the 5 audit firms that did are very good audit firms. The three that moved forward to the committee are very good audit firms. The two that submitted, LSL and Vasquez, very qualified. And if you look at the cities that they also do, for instance, LSL does the city of Santa Monica, many other municipalities, they're all very good audit firms. And to comment on why we didn't move forward with E. Bailey is really the timing. They indicated March was the soonest they could do it, which they've indicated again, and also costs associated with that. They are 30,000 more. They are more than any of the 5 audit firms that proposed. So they would be the highest bidder. And just to explain that when you go through an RFP process, you also do a review. And to answer like Mayor Pro Tem Renagi's question, when you go through an RFP process, you're all evaluated equally. And Eide Bailey did not go through that. They were not evaluated by the committee to see how they compare to some of the other firms involved or how Lance would be involved. So when you look at that, it's hard to say the quality of the staff that Eide Bailey would have provided, because you don't have partners coming out, you just have staff come out, compared to the staff that some of the other audit firms proposed. And so that evaluation really didn't take place. But to go back to that original question, yes, they were notified both verbally and in writing. Yes, they were notified there was an RFP.
But they won an RFP 2 years ago.
They went through the RFP process against other firms. I want to say, yes, 2
So
years
at some
ago.
point, they were
That's
competitively
right.
selected.
They were competitive that
Got it.
way. But again, some of the audit firms we saw this round, for example, LSL was able to propose this round that they did not propose the last round. So they weren't in the comparison or discussion when we awarded the Eide Bailey. They were not part of that.
So I guess I'm going to, I think there's 2 issues here. The first, the performance audit proposal I'm very excited about. I think at the county, what would happen is every time a department head leaves and as a new person's coming on, you do a performance audit, because that's the opportunity to see what the best practices are. And so I think this is really government at its best, and it could be a model for how other jurisdictions can really, bring government into the 21st century. So I think it's important that the city manager is able to work collaboratively. So I'm supportive of moving forward with the contract for the performance auditor. I think the challenge that we have in front of us is that we do need to have an independent audit committee. It's not us who should be making these decisions. It should be, we have to affirm the decision, but really you have an independent audit committee for a reason. And so I think it's probably true that the decision to terminate the previous person should have gone to the audit committee. I think that makes sense. But then the question is, we are where we are now. So how do we move forward? And what is the recommendation of the audit committee about who we should select?
Well, this is a subcommittee, right? So
Or the subcommittee.
But we did have a vote. They had a vote.
The audit committee did have a vote, and of those auditors that submitted through the RFP, our recommendation was LSL.
Okay.
The only issue, obviously, that you need to noodle through on this is the audit committee did select LSL, and that was unanimous. And then subsequent to that meeting, a follow-up was requested with the original audit firm, Eide Bailey. So then that information came in subsequent. So this is the first time that's being presented. So that's coming back to you in this structure.
But that was an RFP
right
depth.
So it's 2 members of the audit committee, who met with both. Yeah, I understand the other part. They weren't part of the RFP. What's your recommendation for what we should do? Because I really do think there's a reason we have an independent audit committee, because decisions like this should be recommended by you and affirmed by us.
Well, one thing, I think it's okay to ask, but really what they were directed to do was to do the RFPs. And as a committee, a full committee, not just the 2 subcommittee members, they as a full committee made their recommendation.
So based on the RFP process, which we were tasked with, I think that we end up with LSL. Because Eide Bailey didn't go through the formal RFP process.
Bob, do you have?
I just want to say, when you're fired, you usually don't come back right away and apply for a job, do you?
Bob, do you have anything? I have some comments, but I'll wait.
Well, that was going to be a question. I don't know whether the meeting or whether staff knows. one of the alternatives has been put out here, at least Councilmember Weiss has suggested that we go back to Ide Bailey. Are they even willing to perform or come back and work, do the job? Do we know?
Is that a question for us?
Anybody?
Oh, sorry. On our call, they did indicate that they would be interested in submitting the dates that they could achieve. I think we asked them for that. And so they came back, the dates roughly overlap on both of these firms.
Okay.
And so you've got, I would echo what Gavin said, you have two really high quality firms here. That's the good news. The bad news is this RFP and process and all that kind of stuff. So that's what the big struggle is. I don't know if you had.
Mark, you have-
Yeah, I wanted just to get back to the organizational assessment and the selection of Ref Tellis and Jan Perkins. And I want to, there's been several comments regarding their qualifications and whether or not they have anybody with financial expertise, and why Jan Perkins was brought in to oversee the process. And I think it's important to, and George mentioned a couple of the issues that they were going to be overseeing, but the key thing to remember here, it's an organizational assessment. So it's just not all about, the bean counters needed to analyze the financing. It's policies, procedures, operations in general. And I think that there's nobody better than somebody like Jan Perkins, who's a very seasoned city manager, to oversee that with that kind of a background. She's also highly regarded in the various organizations such as the League of Cities. So, and as far as, Dave's getting right on this, I really congratulate him for that. That's what I was, hoping he would do when he came aboard, is really face some of these things head on and find solutions to them. So I just want to encourage him to continue. And I wanted to thank him for the selection. I think it's a great recommendation. You guys can keep the audit.
Okay, I have a couple comments. First, I did participate on the call with Ide Bailey with Steve and Greg last Friday. And we had, half an hour discussion, 45-minute discussion with the principals, Jessica and Roger. They're very easy to talk to, very, very forthcoming. I think they think that, that the primary, controls aside, I think one of the primary factors that they thought impacted our audit, our ability to get things done on time, were personnel related. And we talked about that, the fact that we had Julie for a year and we hadn't, I got a matrix. I had Gavin give me a matrix on, how we've done over year. And, we did quite well in 2021, but in 2022, we had a change of the finance director. When I think that happens, they're working on anything old left over, and then they have to work on the new stuff. Then she left. So it's very clear, it was very clear to them and clear to me too, that we have like a, personnel, staffing issue, which is, as both Greg and Steve mentioned, it, it's a problem for everybody. Now I think, well, a couple things. One is, so I'm an optimistic person. I'm a forward-looking person. And I think what Davis suggested in terms of looking, it's not only the finance function, but it's also the treasury function. So I'll be just very blunt about one thing. I'm getting tired of hearing like back and forth between finance and treasury. There needs to be really clear alignment of responsibilities. And I think for me as a council member, and I've been up here for 6 years and I've been the audit committee liaison for quite a while, it's blurred, and I don't want to see that anymore. I'd like to see, this is what the treasurer does and this is what the finance department does, and there's no kind of back and forth. We just need to get that cleaned up. And I think via this process, that will be very helpful. And they can come back to council when they finish the study and we'll know, we'll have a better and more clear plan. So I think on the auditors, it's a good thing I brought my ID. So I think on the auditors, having, I went to the meeting, and I also, we talked to the auditors. I've talked to Gavin, I've talked to Dave. I kind of feel the way Dave does is, I just don't think, and I understand what Mary's saying about continuity of auditors and stuff. I do get that. I just think it's highly unprofessional of us to issue an RFP. Ide Bailey didn't didn't apply, and we got a finding. We have a very, very good audit and investment committee. And we gave that work to them to do. And I just think if we decided we should go with LSL, I think we should do that. $30,000 is a lot of money for us right now in the city. We could use $30,000 to, I don't know, pick up trash around town or something like that. That's really bothering the residents. But I think LSL will be fine. That, we could go back to Bailey. I'm not, completely dug in on that, but I just think, as Dave mentioned, just not a good practice. And we don't want to get the reputation floating out there that, oh, we participated in this RFP and, we had a group looking at it and then we backed out of it. It's just not a good practice. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I'm interested to see what the rest of the council thinks on that.
Well, I think we're in a tough spot. That's what I think.
Yeah.
With all due respect to Gavin, and some of this I think was comments from myself and maybe other council members when the audit was presented to us in April or whatever that was, about being not happy about the timing of it. But we had a 3-year contract that was awarded by council. It shouldn't have been terminated unilaterally by staff. I mean, that shouldn't have happened, but it did. Then this process unrolled, and now it's coming back for the first time to council tonight. We were kind of unaware for a while, and then the process was underway. So, if I could rewind it all, I'd leave Bailey in place, but it's a close call, but I'd probably come out where Dave comes out on this one, which is we've gone through this process now. LSL is a qualified firm. They've got a strong list of clients. I've known of them over the years. I think we probably take the recommendation of the audit committee and the city manager and go with them, but recognize this wasn't our finest moment. This wasn't a great process. So that's where I'd come out.
One thing I want to add on to what Bob said. So I went back and looked at the tape when we had I think our meeting on the audit was on April 9th. So I went back and watched the hearing. It was a receive and file presentation that we got. But I would think what prompted his action was Bob clearly said, look, I'm tired of these errors and I'm tired of this not getting things done on time. And whether or not it was something that we actually voted on, when a council member makes statements like that, staff takes it seriously. They don't go like, okay, that wasn't a motion, so we're not taking it seriously. So I think and I watched the tape and that's exactly what you said, Bob. So you're right about that.
But I'm of a different opinion about the RFP. Cities normally issue RFPs and they reject them when they don't like the results. We can do the same. We can bring back LSL and many more companies with much more time to do a proper RFP when we're not in such a rush, which we have been. And there's no reason to be in a rush because we have a trusted partner in Bailey that has done this. And our power or authority has been usurped. And just because it's been usurped doesn't mean, and we're in a late 11th hour, means we have to go with another decision. I think Bailey is the best choice for continuity and knowledge of our city as well, with all deference and respect to city manager on this one. I think we should go with Bailey. I would make a motion that we use Bailey and approve the audit, the performance review that the city manager suggested as well. No.
I think I come down, to me, it goes back to the fact that we need to have an independent audit committee. And so the audit committee should have been involved in any decision to not, even if in any decision to get rid of the previous auditing firm. And, we can't go back in time. The recommendation that we have in front of us is from the audit committee. And I think that we have exceptional people on that committee. So I trust the recommendation that they're giving to us, that it's going to be, it's a high quality firm. So I'm gonna, because I think that's where we got into trouble, is when we're not relying on the independent audit committee. So again, this is not an ideal situation. I tried to get the, I wish this could have been done differently, but I think we are where we are. The question is, how do we move forward? And what we have in front of us is a high quality audit firm that was selected by our audit committee. And then, what's very exciting is a third-party review of how we bring our finance department into best practices and how we can, create a culture of continuous improvement and high performance at City Hall, which I think that's what we really need to do in Laguna Beach. So I'm excited about that. I think this is the right way to move forward.
Mark, you have a comment? Okay, okay, what's happening? George, did you make a motion?
I did. Is there a second for that motion? I guess not.
Okay, that motion fails. Okay, anybody have a motion here?
I'd move the recommended action. I'd like to add to the scope for Ref Palace to look at making sure that going forward, we have strong policies for the selection and the role that the audit committee plays in the selection and firing of any audit firms going forward. So I think I'd like to add that into it.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay,
No.
I do vote for the audit, but not for the change in the auditors, the performance review. Thank
Just
you.
split the motion.
What's
You want me
that?
to split the motion?
I'm not going to make an alternate motion.
No, but so you can be in favor of the performance audit.
I am in favor of the performance audit, but not in favor of changing
Yeah.
auditors.
So do you want me to make, do you
Motion.
want me to make my motion on just
Sure.
the first one? So then that
Yeah,
way.
yeah, that would be better.
So I will,
Thank you.
I will move recommended action 1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nay.
And then I'm going to move recommendation 2 with the provision that I added related to including the independent function of the audit committee in the selection and termination of any auditing firm in the future.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. You want to introduce this item and I'll chime in with you? Okay.
And you can be embarrassed.
You know, my mayor thing. Okay, we're gonna get started here, everyone. Shit, where's mine? Okay, we're gonna get started here. Everyone. Okay, we're gonna move on to, okay, this is the longest consent calendar in the history of city council meetings. Okay, this one is, this was pulled by, Councilmember Orgel and I, and it's the formation of Laguna Beach Stewardship and Visitor Impact Ad Hoc Committee. And, so we're gonna start, Mark's gonna make a few comments, I'll make some and then.
Well,
we'll
it's
moving.
been a lot of concern over this issue, so I thought it would be good if Jeremy did a quick presentation just to keep the community informed where we're at and where the committee would be headed. But there is some, there are some actions that have already been taken, and I thought it would just be a good idea to recap what those items are.
Yeah, I want to just a couple of comments before we do it. And so, Councilmember Orgel and I have been spending a lot of time on this. He's been, as you'll see, he's been doing a lot of, kind of longer term planning for Laguna Beach in a variety of ways. And we've been also working, you know, very hard on some of these short term, medium term mitigation measures. So we'll talk more about those as we go through the presentation here, but I just want everyone to know we've been actually spending a lot of time working very hard on this. Okay, and with that, I'll turn it over to Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant City Manager. Just get a quick presentation here and just to kind of touch on the things we're working on to address visitor impacts. And this list in front of you is by no means exhaustive. There are more items listed in the staff report, and there's more beyond that. Case in point, the Neighborhood Environmental Protection Plan in 2021 has 27 programs to address visitor impacts. But some key points to make here, that first and foremost, the city is working to address this issue and has been working for several years in recognition that year over year, we are seeing visitorship continue to increase. One of the efforts no sooner than coming up next with the city attorney presenting the citation fine schedule in response to a conversation at one of the July meetings. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the Public Works Department, Reza and his team. He goes from one trash collection during non-summer months to his team is collecting at all beaches and parks 3 times a day and a 4th in some locations. So he's ramping up significantly there. He has 4 teams going through neighborhoods adjacent to parks and beaches to hand pick. They'll go in the evenings. They'll go in the mornings as well on the weekends. So they're double shifting there. They are really trying to meet the demand. The demand is just, well, it feels to everybody in this room and in the community unprecedented right now. So we're going to continue working. We're going to continue to address and see how we can improve. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of the police department under the chief's leadership. They have significantly expanded their resources to address quality of life issues since 2021, and they've ramped that up in short order and looking internally in their organizational structure to address parking enforcement and quality of life. I'll leave it at that for now, but just show when we're speaking of targeted social media ads and or targeted media ads, what does that mean? And just to give a quick background on that, what we're doing is we're leveraging technology to drive specific ads to people within a geographic region, people within an age group, a gender, keyword searching. We can parse all that down and target these ads. So what we're looking at on this slide are 4 examples of what we're currently serving up and have been since we have been doing this summer. You can see the picture in the middle. We've geofenced all of Orange County. So 7 days a week, we are targeting all people 18 and up that are searching interest for Laguna Beach, where to park in Laguna, what's the weather like at the beach. That'll trigger and serve up. Google will look to serve up one of these 4 ads within that group. We then saturate, which means we put more money towards visibility on the weekends for anybody in town and coming into town. And what we have are, that's about 3,600 a month, and we're looking at just about 500,000 impressions within the Orange County geofence space there with 1,300 conversions. That's fairly typical. And then on Meta, about 400,000. And that evaluation period is between July 30th and August 13th. So that's what we're working on now. We're going to continue working on that. But what the mayor and council member Orgill are bringing forward for consideration and to work on is this concept of destination stewardship. And it's a new management strategy. It's pretty progressive. And what it's doing is shifting a traditional marketing system to more of this community-centric focus, this enhanced quality of life for locals, as well as really focusing for visitors as well, but giving a deeper, working to make a unified message of a deeper being or a deeper sense of preservation in a location. So this is a whole field, but I'm giving just a quick 15-second overview. There certainly will be more to come if the city does proceed with this initiative. But bringing it down to the Laguna Beach scale, what we're really looking at and what destination stewardship would be doing is looking to preserve the essence and the soul of the city. And that's done through a unified vision and through collaboration amongst residents, businesses, hospitality groups, NGOs, and tourism professionals. It is really a community effort to look at this and wrap our arms around this issue. The communication, regular communication, that's one of the most important tools in the success of destination stewardship. What's being proposed, it's in the image as well as on our focus areas, preserving the heritage, culture, and environmental resources of this community as we continue to see more and more visitors come. We don't want that to get diluted out of this city and ultimately result in the long-term preservation of this community's natural resources and heritage. So that's the nuts and bolts of destination stewardship. I'm sure the mayor and councilmember Orgill may have more to add, but just in terms of planning and procedure, what this would look like if we go forward in this ad hoc committee, which is the recommendation tonight to form an ad hoc committee to delve into this further. It's first and foremost data collection to allow for data-driven results. And that involves working with key residential, as I mentioned, and key stakeholder groups. From there, we would create an action plan that would ultimately, through several iterations, result coming back to council for public input, review, and adoption. So to summarize the recommended actions, as stated, form the Laguna Beach Stewardship and Visitor Impact Ad Hoc Committee, appoint Mayor Kempf and Councilmember Orgill to chair it. And then since this is an ad hoc committee, we would recommend a sunset to the ad hoc committee upon the presentation of that final Laguna Beach Stewardship Implementation Plan sometime between spring and summer of next year. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Do you want to make any comments?
Questions? Any other council have questions?
Great work.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Hey, everybody, Judy Mancuso. Well, I think we have to thank Greg for bringing this and getting the attention because I originally ran for city council in 2016 because of these same exact issues. And I've been going through my archives, all my flyers, old articles from 2016. I ran against Bob and Steve Dictorow, and it's verbatim, everything that's happening now. So ad hoc committee, too little, too late. Can we just say, hey, this is an emergency. Let's talk about everything that can mitigate all this chaos right now and deploy it, throw the money at it. You know, it's okay. We want to put money at the promenade. We want to put money here. We want to put money there. This isn't that much money. And even if it was $1 million, okay, so here's some ideas for you. Number one, the people down by the Montage, they're freaking out. They can't get anywhere, let alone downtown. My Pilates studio that I love to go to, we lost 2 teachers this week. Why? They don't want to come to Laguna. They live in San Juan Capistrano. They don't want to come here. So not only are the residents prisoners in their own homes, I mean, I was praying the other day before I went to a dentist appointment in Irvine. Oh my God, what is it going to be like checking my phone? So the first thing you could do is these traffic attendants that you have down here for the Saturday market, farmer's market. We need, 500 of those people, okay? And you put them down by the Montage and you make people just cross the street when it says you can cross the street, because that's part of the bottleneck. When you try to make a left on Broadway here, forget it during the pageant. People are just crossing the street. They don't care what the sign says. So if we had these people deployed all through the town and just organizing and managing this chaos that is happening, forget 3 times a day picking up trash. Go for 5 or 6. Greg, I mean,
Judy, talk to the council.
And then once you do put these things in place, monitor, have metrics, right? Let's put up a camera, or let's ask Greg, hey, what's it look like down there? Send him a text. And if the trash is still overflowing, then maybe it needs to be 8 times a day.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Kathy Yurka. I'm here in support of the ad hoc committee, and I really appreciate the work that went into it. I also supported allowing the residents to vote on the fee increase at restaurants. But I don't see these 2 things as in conflict or competition with one another. One is really addressing the economic impacts of tourism. This is addressing the quality of life, but also the kind of character, essence, soul of Laguna. And those are really 2 different things. I noted the use of the word preservation in addition to stewardship. And as you can imagine, I like that word very much. Also, I liked that the idea of heritage was included in this. The one comment I would have is that it seemed like some of the heritage issues were a little bit fuzzy. There was a reference to a charm challenge. It's supposed to be in progress. I have no idea what that means. And I hope that some of the thinking in this stewardship would be to remember that Laguna is a historic American landscape that is a National Park Service designation. And it's something that I think is really important to our identity, and that environmental issues also include the built environment. So that's just something I'd like you to keep in mind. But thank you very much for this.
Thanks.
Good evening, City Council, once again. Obviously, there's an issue, and thank you for the work that you guys have done on putting together this stewardship proposal. And I really hope that we can move forward into that swiftly and efficiently. I did have a meeting with Karen Phillipson recently, and we spoke for 2.5 hours on some issues. And if there's anything that I can do to help, because I've been in this situation for quite a while, and I understand the passion with the community and the residents. I have an extensive background with social media marketing, specifically with putting out like products for a major energy drink company for 13 years. And that's what we focused on. And the social media marketing has to stop. I would recommend taking all of the information down off the website and focus on presenting things to the tourists that can help our community, because giving away the free spaces and the locations, yes, everyone can come, but we've seen that it's not becoming pleasant for anybody. And I'm not trying to create a thorn in anyone's side. I just see that the town going in a direction that hopefully is not irreversible. And I care about this town. I care about the residents. I care about the community, the environment, and all of you guys. And thank you for your service. And I appreciate it. And I think if we all work together, we can make it happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And Greg, thank you for taking your trash with you.
I tried to pick it all up. I had a tarp down and it was in and out.
Okay.
Aaron Peluso again. So yeah, just real quick, I wanted to say, I think we're on the right track here, presuming that everything works out the way that we're trying to make it work out. And I think there's a lot of devil in the details. And what I mean by that is we have to have the right people involved in that ad hoc committee, and we have to have a right distribution of all the stakeholders and their interests throughout the city. And, the businesses should be in there as well, but there's a lot of there's 450 businesses according to AI. I just looked up in Laguna Beach, and there's 22,000 residents. So we need to take care to be looking out for the residents. I think that they're providing the majority of the tax revenue. Maybe I'm wrong on that. And, get the environmental stewards, the arts, Village Laguna, Heritage, all of that, get everybody's voice in the conversation so that we can get some solutions that really work for everybody. I think that I think it's worth noting that I think if the hotels are sober about it, the residents in the hotels really want the same thing. And I think if we all work together, we can reach that goal. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Hi, Michelle Manda. I agree with what the two guys just said. What I wrote a column that was in the Indy, and basically the column said, please stop the marketing to local areas. So today I spent quite a bit of time on the website, on the Visit Laguna website, and I want to give you some highlights. Laguna's beaches, we have 30 beaches, and they go through each beach and they tell you where the free parking is for each beach. They tell you what the highlights are, that there's a special rock here, there's a blowhole here, there's a shipwreck there. You really need to go and look at what they're saying about each beach. It's shocking because they're things that I've lived here for over 20 years. I know, but now all these people want to come and see all this stuff. They don't need to know this. The overnight visitors don't, the hotel guests, they don't need all this information. Okay. 9 best Laguna Beach coves and beaches. Tide pools. A bunch of them mentioned tide pools, and I have a story about a tide pool that's going to really shock you. Best mountain bike trails. Oh, great. Let's go ruin our, trails more. Perfect. This is my favorite one. Perfect picnic spots for date night. Now, they're not spending any money. They're bringing their picnics with them. And our overnight hotel guests going on picnics up at Crescent Bay Park? Go on that one and see where they're advertising these date night picnics. Free parking is mentioned. The parking is mentioned on all the beaches. They tell you how to park for free. And that's part of our problem. That's our issue. This needs to go. Laguna's best beaches for families. Really? The hotels aren't going to tell them you should go to the beach right in front of, by the Montage? The Treasure Island that's the best beach, in my opinion. Best parks with playgrounds. Top 100 things to do in Laguna Beach. Now, in that 100 things to do in Laguna Beach, a bunch of them were all related to have a drink at the ranch with music. All that stuff's great. That's what they need to be concentrating on. Go advertise Ruth Mayer Gallery. Fine, fabulous. Go advertise the ranch and the Lost Pier. Have a drink at the Lost Pier. That's the kind of stuff we're all okay with. What we're not okay with is all the marketing that gives our little secrets away that is just not necessary. Now, real quick, I want to tell you my story about the tide pools. I have a friend who goes swimming in the morning. She was at Treasure Island at 7:30 by the tide pools, that little cove there, 7:30 in the morning. There was a family on the tide pools, and the kid had a bucket. He was collecting sea urchins. She said to the family, you know, those are protected species. This is a protected area. Oh, yeah, we're just gonna look at them. No, they weren't. They took them home to eat. So now how many of our sea urchins are gone? How much destruction has happened to our tide pools? We need all references to that stuff. That's what I'm begging you. I'm begging you, please make them get it off the website, that stuff. Market the commercial stuff, great, but not our stuff, not our beaches and coves and tide pools and trails. Thank you.
Here he is.
Hi, you guys. Council members. Don't tell me about.
Can you
tide
note
pools.
your
Get
name,
me started
please?
going on that. I'll go with you on that.
What's your name?
John Zegowitz. Thank you. Hey, I'm here to voice my appreciation and support for the formation of the stewardship subcommittee. I think it's a really great step forward. I agree. It's a step, right? It's a fantastic step. Over the past few years, I've had uncountable breakfasts with Councilman Mark and hearing him muse about this idea of stewardship, and it's always kind of entertained me, and it seemed like the perfect fit for Laguna Beach and the best way to really mitigate some of the impact of visitors here. Especially when you see it's the best way to control this chaos, right? It really is becoming kind of out of hand, and the criticism and the best way to preserve some of the character and the culture. And the coolest thing I like about it is that it is something that I think you guys alluded to. It does bring the community together to make sure that everyone's involved in this. And so I just really want to thank you guys and say it's a great step forward. I really look forward to seeing where it goes. And like Mr. Viviani, if there's anything else I can do to help, let me know.
Thanks, John.
Ed Almanza, I live on Driftwood Drive. Laguna Ocean Foundation. I want to thank Mayor Kemp and Councilmember Orgel for volunteering, I suppose, and encourage the council to move forward with this. I'd like to pick up on some energy brought to the conversation by Mayor Kemp a few weeks ago when Jeremy presented the cap. At that time, there was, with great resolve, the council focused on what can we do now without waiting for more deliberation. The city already has policies and actions that directly address visitor management. They're in our general plan. These policies have been adopted by the city and certified by the California Coastal Commission as part of the LCP. Many of them are shovel ready today. They've gone through full public process. They are based on community consensus. They've been on the books, untouched, some of them for more than 20 years. As adopted policies, they represent the city's stated priorities. There is no need to wait for 6 to 12-month process to invent them. I'll just read two of them from the list I've passed out. Policy 3K from the conservation open space element. Determine the maximum acceptable levels of public use and methods by which resource values are best protected in areas of existing or potential access where habitat and resource protection have been identified as sensitive. Policy 2D, as part of the city's resource management program, include provisions for monitoring of tide pools to ensure a proper balance between public beach access and the preservation of marine resources. Today, I spoke with an attorney with the Coastal Commission, and he assured me that some of these actions are shovel ready and we can do them right now. I would ask the subcommittee to prioritize immediate implementation of these neglected policies as a first step without waiting for 6 to 12 months. If we're serious about reducing visitor impacts, we need to act now. We should have acted at this level 20 years ago. I'm happy to help move into action mode. And I thank the council.
Yeah, thank you for working with us on this.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kelly Brochu. I'm the vice chair of the Oceana event that's happening to raise monies for protecting our oceans this year. And I'm also a member of the Ocean Club at the Pacific Marine Mammal Center. And I very much appreciate and support the initiative for the ad hoc committee for the stewardship of Laguna Beach. I think it's paramount. And I'd like to ask the council members to, I didn't recognize that in 2021, the fines for trash on our beaches were raised from $30 up to $100 and $200 for a second incident and $500 for a third. I don't think it's enough. I think people are ignoring it, and I don't think people are aware that those are even the fines. I'd like to encourage signage at all of our beaches and enforcement. And if possible, the consideration of raising those fines so that there is penalty. And we need to find a way to monetize our visitors and our tourism, as many of the folks that came to this podium spoke. When you go to New York and you go to the Hamptons and you try to park at their beach, it's $50. You want to come here and not spend money and troll around with your ice cooler? Well, how about a $20 meter on Coast Highway?
Yeah.
That would do it, and that would offset the cost of all of our law enforcement that need to go around and, you know, pull people over for DUIs and so on and so forth. So I really appreciate the initiative. Thank you for all of your efforts. Thank you for all of these guys for coming to speak, and help protect our oceans.
Thank you, Kelly.
Ruben Flores, one last comment. We need more trash cans, and that's a simple one that can be deployed tomorrow. When I go jogging on Coast Highway, I'll look at a piece of trash and pick it up and think, oh, I've got about 3 blocks till I'm going to get to the next trash can. And I'm like,
Put it in your
"Ooh,
pocket."
do I want to put it down? You know, what was that I just picked up? But, and some beaches have now taken the trash cans all the way down to the sand. And if that will keep our oceans cleaner and our beaches cleaner, and yes, it's more work, but maybe it's a distinction between 3 pickups at the top of the stairs versus 1 pickup at the bottom of the stairs. I don't know. We've got to figure it out. And as we're looking to make our city more beautiful and more appealing to ourselves, we might want to upgrade the trash cans so they don't look like an eyesore. Because if they looked a little bit like the montage trash cans, they wouldn't be so bad if there was 3 of them in a row. So let's make it more beautiful as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? What's up with the Buckeye shirt?
I can't help it. My
Right, you
daughter
can't help
is,
yourself, I
is
know.
there in grad school. I apologize for you Michiganders, but Roger Kempler. And I just want to emphasize that we can't apply a sledgehammer to this stoppage of social media and this tourism onslaught. We have to be careful about emphasizing the beauty and the joy of attending the pageant of the Masters, of which Dave was a great part years ago and hopefully will return as a cast member. And the Festival of Arts, of which Kirsten, Bob's wife, is a great contributor as an artist. And we also have to emphasize all the other festivals, the Art Affair, Sawdust, and the numbers may be down on weekdays. So we have to be careful about, again, applying a sledgehammer to the stoppage of social media and try to emphasize these great things. The Laguna Playhouse is another great place. We have to emphasize some of these great cultural places here in Laguna and try to get people that are interested in that type of thing to come to the Playhouse, come to the pageant, come to the festival, come to Sawdust, come to Art Affair. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger.
I am going to follow Roger. I'm Ellen Gerardo Kempler. I sent you all a long rant because I was so upset. One of the reasons I'm upset is that I pick up trash every single day, no matter where I'm walking. And I would like to see more people do this because it needs to be done. And also, we need more trash cans, I agree. And we also need to minimize the trash and remind people that they shouldn't take a giant wad of whatever they're taking and dumping on the beach when they go. So anyway, my main interest right now is that I'm a poet, and I read this at the Blue Water, the contest for the winners of the Laguna Blue Belt, and I just thought I'd read it here. It's called Beach Triage. First, the worst, styrofoam, chunks, unrecyclable, ready to explode into shrapnel. An uncountable number of tiny, buoyant balls looking to my fisheye vision like armed food pellets, ready to be carried by tides into deep water, to float plankton-like through kelp, to be eaten by some poor grouper or even a baleen whale, to sit in tender stomach lining, an arsenal ready to detonate, joining plastic bags, earplugs, candy wrappers, cigarette butts and lighters, drink bottles and caps, solo shoes and socks, coffee stirrers, dirty diapers, used condoms, bagged and unbagged dog poop, straws, broken boogie boards, ripped rash guards and wetsuits, sunscreen, sunglasses, swim goggles, fins, surf wax, cans and bottles, tooth flossers, lip gloss, hair ties, sand toys, half-eaten cartons of junk food, cups, lids and straws, phones, receipts, price tags, coupons, gift cards, balloons and ribbons, hoodies and tank tops, vapes and drug paraphernalia ready and waiting for me at the ER door.
Thanks, Ellen. Anybody else?
Hi, my name's Monica First Finkelstein, and my kids, our whole family, we lived here for many years. They all grew up here. And both our sons are firefighters, and one of them on his off days is actually a lifeguard here in town. And he says one of the most frustrating part of the job is telling people to pick up trash, and they just look at him. So after his shift, he's picking up trash, and it's just sad because we are all so passionate and we love living here, but then you have these out of city people coming here and they're just very disrespectful. So that was it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jill Bush, and I think my kids went to school with you, Alex, the Bush kids. I've been here since I was a sophomore in high school, and I went to Laguna Beach High School, and the residential load hasn't changed that much. We've fluctuated between 22,000. I think we got up to 28,000 or 30. But what I've really noticed this summer is it's out of control. And I'm lucky enough, I guess I should say, to live in South Laguna in Three Arch Bay. So a lot of times, instead of coming to Laguna, I'm spending my money in Dana Point, and it kills me because I want to come and spend my money in Laguna. I grew up on Hill Edge Drive, walk to the beach, drive everywhere. But with the amount of traffic on the weekends and even now during the week, it's so much easier for me to go south. And so I just, from my heart, want to just ask you guys, let's find a solution together where the residents don't hate the tourists and are yelling at them to get out, where we can all work together and that they can somehow learn how to respect our beaches and respect our town. Laguna was formed as an artist's colony, and I guess you could go back to the Timothy Leary days. But, you know, we're very unique. There's nothing like it. But if you go to the south of France, or you go to Italy, or you go to different places, people respect the environment that they're visiting, and they don't leave trash, and they don't bring alcohol bottles and leave them on the beach or dirty diapers. And so I'd love to just ask you guys to continue to find a way and find a way for me to be able to come to Laguna and take that 4-mile drive. And today I actually Googled it because I was meeting a friend at the Zinc, and it said 32 minutes from my house in Three Arch Bay to Zinc Cafe. And that is crazy. So somehow we have to do something. And also the parking, I think it's a coastal commission, but the people that park all along, all the way past Three Arch down almost to Crown Valley, and people coming out with their ice chests and kids in the middle of the road, someone's going to get killed. And the city will be in a lawsuit. As a past court reporter, I know they sue everyone. So anyways, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public. Back to council. Who wants to start?
Well, first of all, thank you, Mayor and Mark, for bringing this. Mark, I know this has been a passion of yours for a long time. This looks like an excellent outline, an excellent start. I really do appreciate Ed Almanza's input here, that we ought to take advantage of these resource protection policies and see, we're always saying, gee, we can't do this, we can't do that because of coastal commission restrictions. And maybe we've actually got some tools here in the toolbox that we can utilize without, consistent with our LCP to protect things. You'll all come up with some great ideas, I think. And there's several that have been suggested tonight. A simple one that occurs to me in terms of comments we heard about, the beach and the traffic, the trash on the beach is like the highways. Maybe we could get some of our businesses to adopt a beach, right? And we get 30 different, businesses adopting a beach, and then a little competition, right? A little pride, whose beach looks better than the next one. We've all seen, somebody was encouraging Greg to email us. Don't worry, we hear plenty from Greg, which is good input. But
You don't want to open that door.
he's not timid. But some of the images you see of the trash cans and the overflowing trash, I mean, that's easy stuff that we can address. And I do agree with Ruben's point that, we need to make the trash receptacles look better than just like, 5 things that were put there from Home Depot. So anyway, I'm excited to see what you guys can do. I'd encourage you to look for some short-term solutions, which I know that are there, and there's obviously some longer-term plans that I know you'll be recommending. So thanks for taking this on.
Yeah, I'm glad this is being
Alex, go
done as well. On action 4113, I wanted some input on that. It says the following: evaluate and if appropriate, establish a fair share impact fee for land uses and development benefiting from visitor activity for the purpose of offsetting costs related to the Coastal Resources Protection Program. What does that mean?
This is Ed's document.
Right there. I mean, how do you implement that? This is going to cost some money.
Couldn't that be just like an impact fee that we could, do a nexus study to assess on something like that? We'd have to go through whatever process that.
They get Greg to charge a fee to go into.
But Megan, what are your thoughts? Hold on a second, Ed. What are your thoughts, Megan?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an existing policy. I certainly think we could look at doing something along those lines. The only tricky thing is that impact fees, I think there was a Supreme Court case that came out in June, Sheets, that makes it more kind of creates an extra hurdle for imposing fees. So we would just need to view this in light of that. But actually, Dave and I have been talking about the impact fees and an updated nexus study. So we could put this into that if that's what the committee would like as part of that analysis. Bring that over and do that analysis there.
That's good. Okay, thank you.
And that court decision was the fee had to be directly related to the impact, correct?
Yeah, so the California Law has Mitigation Fee Act, and that allows for more broad sweeping impact fees. And this new case really says you need to tie it to the property more specifically.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Megan.
So I'm very supportive of what's in front of us today. I think if if we could flip a switch and make it so it was like what it was 10 years ago when when I was growing up at Laguna Beach, we all would flip that switch, right? There's nobody who wouldn't flip that switch. The question is, how do we get there? And how do we, because there's not really an easy solution in front of us. There's low hanging fruit, but really, and that's what I really appreciate, Mark and Sue in tackling this and kind of taking, working through these complex issues. The low-hanging fruit that Michelle Mondo was referring to that I agree with is, I think the two of you should sit down with the village or the Visit Laguna team and look at the social media and the marketing, because I think that is low-hanging fruit. There should not be any marketing that's not achieving their goals of attracting overnight visitors. And I remember in the past they were advertising the Sea Cave where several people have died. So that's that should never be advertised. Going back to this whole model of stewardship, what's great about Laguna Beach is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Our environment, our history, and arts and culture are kind of what define us. So that's what we really need to lean into. And to me, the best example of seeing all this play out is the Coast Film Festival, where you have overnight guests who come here and stay to go to the Coast Film Festival. You have residents who go to the Coast Film Festival, the Irvine Bowl. So I think more events like that really up the culture in our town without impacting residents in a negative way. In fact, impacting residents in a positive way by giving them something to do. That's what we need to be moving towards. And that's what, with the Irvine Bowl Policy Committee, we've been trying to, Sue and I've been trying very hard to have more usage of the Irvine Bowl in accordance with the terms of that lease. We've not been successful yet, but we're going to keep trying. But I really think that is key to our cultural strategy in this town, because that's how we're going to attract the overnight visitors that our hotels that we want for our hotels, but also create great cultural experiences for our residents. So it's a win-win. So I appreciate all the work that the two of you have done on this.
Mark, you want to make some comments?
Well, I appreciate you bringing that aspect of it up, Alex, because we're all concerned about the immediate impacts of tourism, but the other component to this is really the effects that it has on our cultural and our heritage. Do we want to, become a cheesy tourist town, or do we want to control our destiny and pay attention to our, we can't roll back and be what we once were, but we can sure decide what we want to be and at least strive for that, right? So that's what this is all about. And, we're not going to be coming up with a lot of these ideas. I want to just thank people like Ed and what they've done in the past. I mean, this guy's been working on this stuff for 20 years. And when I had the opportunity to start to dig into everything that he's actually done and some of this research and this work that he's done, it's really going to make our life easier. And it's really some exciting opportunities for us. And I know that there are other individuals in the community as well, the folks that have been involved with the open space. And I look forward to seeing a lot of what they've put together. So anyway, we just have a special community that, it's obvious when you get out there and you start talking to some of these folks that are heavily committed to the environment. It's just, it's going to be a great opportunity to actually collect all this information and see how we can move forward with it and put it to use.
Yeah, so I have a couple comments. One is on this stewardship and visitor impact committee or process that Mark and John Zigowitz is a really smart guy. And so is Mark. So they've been working really hard on this. This is, we're trying to change how Laguna Beach is viewed. So it's viewed in a way that is reflective of really who we are. And so this is a really good start. I want to talk a little bit about so the short term. So one of the things, Dave and I and Mark have been talking about a lot of things. And one thing we've been talking about is, look, so when I was working in the cellular industry, and we had a lot of people would buy phones in the holiday season. That was our busy, what we called our busy season. And we would frame our budget around the busy season. So we had a July through June fiscal, but we would plan for the busy season. And so one of the things we've been talking about is surge planning for the summer months, because we know we're going to get a lot of visitors. And so how do we do that? What's the best way to do that? So, we're looking at parking models. And I think, Mark and I are going to talk to Coastal about a range of things. Some are the environmental things that, environmental provisions that we have available to us. And also, what can we do about parking? What will they allow? How much more parking can we add? Because we do make, we do make a lot. We get $8 million roughly in parking revenues every year. And there's a lot of parking opportunities in town that we can take advantage of. And we just need to figure out if we have to go back to coastal for that or not. Now, people say like, oh, you should have a $20 parking spot. Well, we're in the 4th year of our 5-year agreement with coastal on our parking rate. So we just can't set the parking rates to anything we want. So we're kind of hamstrung by that. Now, having said that, we have talked with Megan and some attorneys from BB&K about their recent experience with coastal. I think it was in Hermosa Beach. And so one of the problems they're presenting is, so they have, I don't know, let's say they have $2.50 parking rate. And so people park there and they stay all day for 16 or 20 bucks. But what happens is the space doesn't turn over. So I think coastal may be more amenable to us, and we're going to try to leverage that and see if it will work, is could we jack up our rates to create more turnover and more revenue? So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we're going to look at. One is how are we going, upping our fees? We're going to talk about that next, but also, can we find the most aggressive way to ticket people for illegal parking? And we have some really good ideas about that. So it's going to take us a while and we have to talk about that. But Dave's mentioned that before. So we're going to be working on that. Another thing is, so we have a whole list of things here. So we have trash removal, traffic control strategies, looking at new parking enforcement models, which I just mentioned, littering enforcement, we talked about, smoking enforcement, loud vehicle enforcement. I gave a report on the work that the PD's been doing the last couple of weeks on loud vehicles, which has been excellent. Illegal short-term lodging enforcement, which we need to do. We have a lot of illegal short-term lodging units that we need to enforce on. We're going to talk about the fines and penalties. And we've been, as we talked about earlier, we've been doing social media ads. It's getting attention. So as I mentioned before, I've done a lot of media in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and they're asking about that now. Now, the other thing is you get interviewed. So the first thing you want to do is say, oh, our festivals are open. You're welcome to come here. The festivals, they're great. Go to the Sawdust, go to the pageant. But they always cut that out because that's not newsworthy and they don't really want to do that. So, but we have been trying to do that. So a couple other things that I just want to mention is, so in the summer, as part of our surge planning, I'd like to get from the PD and from marine safety, like how many enforcements did we have over the month? So we can see, where we are. And we can use that as a benchmark every year to track. But I would like to start with that. So every year, whoever happens to be the mayor or can communicate that to the community, like, what are we actually doing about some of these things? Because when you inform the community, I've noticed this a lot because we send out this newsletter every week. When you inform the community, they ask a lot of good questions. Sometimes they'll write back to me because I'm putting these things out. But it really helps with people understanding or kind of giving a level set on what we're actually doing. That's really good. The other thing is, I think we should, so I was sitting in this, I had this appointment, I was watching the screen and the volume wasn't on, but it was Amsterdam. And, when you're on the council or probably city manager, you watch everything that goes on in the city. So I'm watching this video, no trash, none. And, a lot of bicycles and stuff, but no trash. And also I saw some of their signage, which is really clever. Like one was not quite a stick figure, a little bit more embellished than that, but one was like, don't urinate in the canal. And they had a kind of a graphic picture, but it was white back and was effective because it caught my eye. I was looking, I was like, what did I just do there? Anyway, so I would like to work on our signage because I think, when you go to our beaches, we have a long sign. Don't drink, don't smoke, don't pick up your, don't litter, no dogs. We have this big no sign, and people see that, they don't pay attention. So I think if we do something more clever in terms of our signage, we have a great arts community. Maybe we can think about, better ways to do our signage that gets people's attention, because people say like, well, Sue, just put another sign down here. I'm like, well, we can put another sign, but are they going to pay any attention to it? I doubt it. So those kind of things, but we'll be back. Mark and I will be back in, I don't know, a few months, 3 months to give an update on, further plans. That's my comments.
Well, thanks for taking this on. It's a big task.
Could we get a motion here?
I'll move to recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, that's item 17, which is, hold this. Okay. Item 17, adoption of a resolution amending the penalty schedule for parking violations. Yeah, come on up.
Well, you're not going to believe what I'm here for. Can I have my photograph up, please? I'm here to recommend and beg you to please increase the parking fine. So the specific one that I would like to have you look at is obedience to posted sign. That's 10.06.090. It's currently at $43 and you want to raise it to $54. Well, that's a joke. I would like to show you why I would like this raised to at least $100, like the red curb violation. So this is the bottom of 9th as it reaches Coast Highway. And what happens is, see the sign? The car is parked right by the sign. Cars parked in front of that sign. I believe there's a red curb, but I'm not positive, but the sign is there that says no parking to the corner. Now, the problem with having another car parked there is when someone like me wants to get out, there's a light there. You want to get out to turn either way onto Coast Highway. If that car is parked there, you can't get yourself wedged in to tuck yourself over on the right-hand side. And any car coming onto 9th from they're going on north, they're heading on the north side. So they're coming up 9th, they can't get around you. This happens so many times. I have called the police department so many times on this. So I guess I'd be happier if I was so inconvenienced and that the people they end up having to wait on Coast Highway to get up because I can't get my rear end. I can't scooch over. I guess I'd be happier if they had to pay $100 rather than $54, because I think that's just way too little. And likewise, on Coast Highway, and the police department was kind enough to contact Caltrans, because yeah, it's Caltrans who owns Coast Highway, but it was a red curb thing. And the red curb is no longer there because with the rains, it's now all mud. So all the dirt's over there, but there's a sign. So again, that's another reason I'd like it increased to $100, even though there is definitely a red curb there and there's a sign there. And if they disobey the sign, boom, $100. So if you could please consider raising it to $100, I would be most grateful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick, I wanted to share the idea of once we get these fines where we want them to be and that think is the appropriate level, consider putting them in those marketing efforts so that people know what the fines are.
Okay, anybody else?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Go ahead.
So going off of what Michelle was referring to, it seems like there should be a way for in public safety related situations, which I think she's describing, but also like you see here, parking prohibited on red flag days, that goes up to $63. So I guess my question, Megan, is is this the most amount of can we increase beyond this? Is there an argument we can make about, safety and how when there's a safety impact that would justify a higher charge?
Yes, I think so. The fines are, as proposed, are based off of the comparative analysis that was done. And for no parking no parking signs, that's actually like fairly uniform in the county, sort of surprisingly. It's like one of the few that's 54, 53, 42, 54, 50. So that's similarly treated elsewhere. I think arguably the difference here, I think if I'm understanding, is that we don't have curbs everywhere that other cities do, ultimately. And so I think that would be the distinction, is that we would argue that we would treat these signs differently, or we would treat these citations differently than other cities in so much as they function more from a public safety perspective than a red curb perspective because we don't have a curb to paint red there effectively. I don't know if if there's any other, I don't know, Chief, if anyone on your team has any further thoughts on that, but that's basically it, right? Yeah, I'm getting a nod from the team, so I'm comfortable with that answer.
Okay.
I've got couple items to raise. I think that to follow on Alex's point, I mean, there are several here that are public safety, emergency oriented, prohibited parking on red flag days, blocking emergency vehicle access. Both of those are recommended to 63. They probably should be 100. Obstruction of fire hydrant, it should be unlimited, but it should be at least 100.
Yeah.
I think for those, actually, those are if you see in the chart, there's a statutory reference next to that. Those are set by a state code. So that's why they're set at that level.
Okay, well, that one, but I don't think they want to, those two, okay.
Fire code
Then the
is setting
prohibited
those, yeah.
on red flag days, maybe we can make that one 100. The only thing I could, to Michelle's point, I get the one there. North Laguna happens to be the only part of town where you get tickets for sweeping, which are on residential streets. I don't know why, but neighbors forget a lot. These are residents, and it's not really it's not a situation like she's describing where it's emergency, impacts safety or travel. I think it would be a lot to increase that to $100 a fine for street sweeping. So if we're going to go to $100 for obedience to posted signs and curb markings, I mean, I'd think maybe a separate line for street sweeping would be appropriate.
Okay.
And then, I don't know these, I don't know how council feels about these $636, $580. I mean, those seem pretty extreme, but.
Oh, yeah.
Megan, so you're saying all of the ones with the letters at the end in brackets are
Yeah, so that's the California Fire Code is the reference there.
and they set the fee.
That is my understanding, yeah.
A lot of money.
And on the rest of them, the $43 ones, when was the last time any of those were adjusted?
So the city readopted its its penalty schedule in 2018, but it wasn't clear actually from that if the $43 carried over from a prior time, and only certain fee amounts were updated at that time. So I think my understanding is that $43 has been set for a number of years. So my belief is that those were set before 2018.
Okay,
It
anything
seems
else?
like we should adjust all the $43 at least by $20 to pace inflation.
But it seems like we're within the legislative framework that we're dealing with. This is what we can do. It sounds like that's what you're saying, Megan.
The
No?
vehicle code says that to the extent possible, our fine amounts should be the same as other cities. So that's why we updated our schedule based on what other cities are doing. But I do think that there's a reasonable argument to be made that Laguna Beach's parking situation is more severe than other cities. And for example, the lack of a curb, there are specific circumstances that warrant changing the fee beyond what I think that's why it says to the extent possible. And it's not an absolute mandate of shall be the same as other cities.
Because there's different circumstances.
There are different circumstances. So I think that if there are circumstances being described that warrant an increase to a reasonable amount beyond what's proposed, and we can set that forth in the record, I think that's fair to do.
But for now, it sounds like this is what we have in front of us. And
If you want to do an increased fee, like if you want to increase $43 to the what is the inflationary amount from 2018 till today. I think you can give that direction for all the amounts that remained the same, for example. I think that
Okay.
I think that's reasonable, particularly in light of Laguna's, again, demand for parking that does not occur in other jurisdictions.
What's the word, like at a certain, what's the thing that we should be worried about if we go too far, what's the worst thing that could happen?
Well, we can be challenged for our fine schedule as not being in compliance with the California Vehicle Code. But I think,
What's the likelihood of that happening?
I mean, I think if you stay within the realm of reason, I think inflationary effect is a very reasonable way to approach your schedule. Particularly if you're talking about the amounts that were proposed to remain the same. I think it's reasonable to increase those.
So it sounds like, Bob, what were your modifications? Because so I get, it sounds like we're supportive of adjusting the $43 to inflation. Is that what you suggested, Mark?
Yes.
So the 2018.
2018 through 2024 inflation.
And then Bob, what were the ones that you had?
What do you think about that, Bob?
I think that's a good idea. I'd agree with that. I was just raising, I don't know, I guess these are off of Newport schedules, but to go park in a bus zone from $43 to $580, parked in front of a handicap. I guess I don't have that's probably good. But you kind of wonder why there's like 4 of them that are handicap related. One's 580, and 3 are 636. I would think you just make them consistent.
And I'll note that that's the high water mark on the handicap penalties. Other jurisdictions were in the high 300s. So if you want to reduce it, I think the idea is just protecting the limited ADA spots that you have.
I think that's important.
Yeah.
So then I'd think the park in front of a handicap access ramp, instead of 580, make that 636, and it would match all the other handicap
Makes sense.
ones.
Makes sense to me.
And then if we're gonna, I don't know what council wants to do on the obedience to posted sign and curb markings. It's recommended from 43 to 54. I don't know
What was that, Bob? Say it again.
the one that Michelle Monda brought up, the obedience to posted signs, curb markings is recommended to go to 54. I don't know if there's justification for a higher number or not.
It seems like what would make sense is to like create a tiered system where you have you charge a higher rate if there's like a public safety impact from a legal defensibility standpoint. Does that make sense, Megan? Where you're not charging the same for something that's is that how we should be looking at this?
I think so I think that if to the extent that we're looking beyond what comparative jurisdictions have done and we're looking for our own justification, public safety is probably paramount in justifying why you're incentivizing people to not park improperly.
So what's the highest we can go to on that one?
On the posted sign?
Yeah.
Well, I think to Councilmember Whalen's point, there's different kinds of signs and the municipal code is not providing the flexibility. So if you read, so this is a citation to municipal code section 1006-090, but 1006-090 basically says you have to comply with posted signs. So we aren't distinguishing between street sweeping signs and other posted signs. So the solution would be to modify the parking regulations to make that distinction. In which case you could have you could treat the no parking signs, for the scenario that's really a red curb, as Ms. Mondo was expressing, at $100, and the street sweeping create a different violation for that and have a lower amount. But we would need to create that regulation before we can make that distinction.
I guess I'd be supportive of going up to 100 for now, and then maybe longer term as we're kind of enforcing and hopefully we're increasing our parking enforcement. That might lead to, we might want to change some of these sections of the code but it seems like for now, $100 would make sense. What do you think, Bob?
The one thing they do enforce is street sweeping. They have people that follow the sweepers and they just go boom, boom, boom down the block. And I just don't.
Not very nice.
I'm not
going to support that.
What if we say for the next 2 months, we're not going to enforce that amount for street sweeping and we try to do education in that area? Would that help
Well,
with that?
You know what happens? I've gotten a ticket there before. If I go to North Laguna to visit somebody and park on, I park and I'm like, I didn't see the sign. And next thing I know, what did I get a ticket for? I don't know. It's not very friendly.
I mean, it's the only part of town where they have street sweeping and these aren't, like I said, it's not good, right? Because you're blocking the street sweeper, but it's not a safety related matter.
We can come back if you're comfortable leaving that amount for now as is. We can come back as quickly as possible with that code amendment and then an update to the schedule to reflect the difference between street sweeping and other safety, parking signs that relate to safety effectively.
That makes sense.
Okay.
That sounds
Fine
reasonable.
with me.
Okay. Anything else, council?
So we'd be moving the recommended action with the addition that Mark suggested to cost of living increase or
From 2018.
from 2018. And then parked in front of a handicap access ramp, 636, like the other handicap violations.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that brings us, moving at lightning speed here, moves us to 18, which is, reject proposals for community land trust consultant. Just, council, do you want a staff report on this or no?
This was pulled by a member of the public.
Oh, okay. I don't think
Are
he's
they
not
here?
here. I think it was George Dubin, but he's not here.
Oh, he's not here.
There you
Yeah, I think George Dubin pulled it and he's gone. Community Land Trust Consultant.
Number
Services.
18.
Oh, because he's doing the art thing. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So
Okay.
Jeremy, why don't you just recap where we're at with this and why? There have been a few questions. I answered, I think most of them, but
Sure.
just in case.
I'm actually going to turn it over to Senior Management Analyst Jennifer Savage to provide an update and answer questions. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In March 2004 of this year, the City Council's Artist Work Live Ad Hoc Committee gave a presentation about options on how the city could support artist housing and living space. As part of their recommendations, the topic of a community land trust came up, and City Council directed staff to pursue a community land trust. An RFP was published to solicit proposals from consultants to establish a community land trust. The city received 3 proposals, none of which met the city's requirements for the experience of actually starting a community land trust. Therefore, staff is recommending that we reject the 3 proposals and issue a new RFP to find a team that has community land trust startup experience. This concludes staff presentation and we're available for any questions.
Why do we think we'll get different responses to a second RFP request than we got to the first?
Thank you for the question. In looking at the proposals that the city did receive and identifying that gap in experience, staff did reach out to some other organizations, including attorneys and community land trust consultants, to find teams that might be interested in applying to a future RFP from the city, specifically attorneys and consultants that have experience actually establishing the community land trust. And for that reason, staff does believe that some of these teams, consultants, and attorneys would submit for a new RFP.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for Jennifer? Okay, open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item? No? Okay, close the public hearing.
I just had one follow-up question.
Yep.
So what's the range of cost we're expecting to spend on this?
Anytime an RFP goes out, There's not necessarily an expectation of costs, but I can share that the proposals that we received were between $65,000 and $280,000, noting that the proposal with $65,000 did not include legal services. So there is that gap in cost reflected in the price.
So one question I raised with the city attorney today was whether there's two parts of this, right? As I understand it, the legal part and the financial part.
Correct.
So would it be more efficient to have the city attorney do the legal part and then somebody else just do the finance part?
There is that possibility. Two factors to consider is that there's still a cost with BBK providing that legal service for the community land trust. They would still charge us that. It's not part of their normal services. The other factor to consider is that BBK, none of their staff has actual experience in starting a community land trust. That's not to say that they're not smart enough and capable enough to help us.
Okay. And Mark, because you've been a part of these conversations with the community, because I've always felt the only way this will succeed is if there's a strong community support for it, where it's like the city is supporting that, but it's driven at the community level. Should we consider because is this the money from Visit Laguna?
Visit Laguna, and remember the council authorized 200,000 and Visit Laguna 200,000.
So hypothetically, would it be a better way to do this where that money is spent by, this group of people who's forming this nonprofit and doing it through that way instead of kind of through the city?
So first of all, there is a nice group that have been agreed to at this point, right? They're not, there's no board yet or anything. So they're just advisors, and it's an impressive group of citizens that have stepped up and agreed to participate. So some of those folks are involved. In fact, one of them is involved with the land trust in Hawaii right now. So they do have, and then another one is actually forming in the middle of forming or kind of redoing another nonprofit right now. So these guys do have experience in this, and I suspect that there's going to be a conversation with Jennifer and Jeremy and these advisors again.
But you get my point, right? That maybe that could be the more flexible, easy way to get this started.
Let me be more clear. They have made some suggestions and asked some questions that are similar to that.
Okay.
I think what you're saying is, and I don't know how you feel about that, Jennifer, but they had made some suggestions at one of the meetings and, referred to a couple of attorneys that would actually do some of the work pro bono. So is that what you're saying?
I don't think this community land trust, it'll only succeed if there's a strong group from the public who's leading the effort. And so I think that we want to empower them to the greatest extent possible. So maybe it would be better to give the startup money to them to figure out, within certain, restrictions or whatever. That might be an easier way to get this thing started
And they
than that money.
suggested that.
Okay. So,
I just couldn't, answer their question at that time because I just didn't have the authority.
To follow up on that, which I think may be a good suggestion, but once this is established, is there any relationship ongoing to the city, or is it's an independent nonprofit, right? It's going to be established.
It would be an independent nonprofit because the city is helping to incubate the effort. The board composition of the Community Land Trust could include a representative from City Council. That's one way to maintain a connection. And then the other way is that the Community Land Trust could ask for and obtain funding from the city for future housing development.
And Bob, once an attorney is in place that can advise on the bylaws and whatnot, I was hoping, and maybe this is the way, is to have a council member always guaranteed a seat at the table on the board. But I was hoping that there was a way to keep it tethered to the city to some degree, just to kind of monitor it.
Well, a seat on the board may be a good way to do it.
Yeah.
If I may I think one benefit to the city's involvement is quite frankly, Jennifer and her expertise and her skill and her persistence in moving this forward. I think she would bring a lot of value to the formation of this.
But I think that Jennifer could still be involved. It's just the question of who's spending the money. right? Whether it's coming from the nonprofit that's to be formed or whether it's coming from the city. I think it's better when it's coming from the nonprofit because it just takes an extra layer of bureaucracy out of it.
Well, there isn't any group to give it to, though.
Right,
They don't exist.
Yeah, they haven't formed.
Take a check, yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't have a good answer.
So maybe we just need to, maybe we just need to do the RFP again.
Well,
see what
Jennifer,
we get.
could one of the, if one of these attorneys or other members that this, some of these guys had mentioned, could they be a part of this RFP?
Perhaps we would need to confirm that there is no conflict of interest.
Are you saying to hire them?
Well,
Or are you saying for them to help select?
some of the advisors, let's call them, had made recommendations. Oh, I know X, Y, and Z. He can probably do this for $10,000, or this guy will do it pro bono. And I just wasn't sure what to do with those kinds of.
Why don't they make some recommendations and then, because that could be under the city manager's contracting authority. It just seems like we want them to be a part of this thing from the beginning and shaping it, or else it's not going to work.
If I could just highlight that our purchasing policies, even if it's under the city manager's authority, still requires us to solicit proposals from at least 3 parties.
But that's not an RFP, right? That could just be reaching out to 3 parties.
It could be, yes.
Okay.
So if the city council chose to direct staff not to issue an RFP and just to solicit proposals from 3 parties under the city manager's authority, that could be an option.
So what about just as a next step, why don't we get together with this group and we get together with Jeremy and Jennifer and figure out the next steps here? How does that sound, Mark? Jeremy?
If I could make a request, give staff one more kick at the can, let us run through this proposal, present the option to you, present a scope to you. And if you don't like what you see in 30 days, we could go a different direction. But I do think that we're pretty close.
And just to be clear, that RFP process would not prohibit those that might be interested in providing services at a lower cost or pro bono from responding to that proposal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Jeremy. So what are you looking for on this? What's the motion?
Yeah, what's the motion?
The word of
Jeremy
contract,
said-
reject all bids and direct staff to solicit another RFP.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Jennifer, I neglected to mention your name earlier when I read off my list of meetings, and I just want to thank you and the effort that you've put into this. I've been really amazed and appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm wondering here, we've got a couple members of the public.
I was
left
thinking the
here.
same thing, yeah.
We maybe move things around
Yeah.
to take
We can
care of
wait for,
them.
let's wait for 19. So I think we got a couple real field people here.
Nobody's here for SACWA.
Yeah, nobody's interested in soccer. Come on, it's so fascinating.
What about that?
Okay. Well, you gotta wait. Anyway. Okay, Riddle Field. This is a request for additional use of Riddle Field lights and categoric exemption, excuse me. Anybody is Michael here? Oh, Alexis is here.
Alexis is here. You just want a couple of minutes staff report?
Just, yeah, quick rundown.
We're at that point.
It's because I'm getting bored.
One of the biggest sources of trash in the beach.
We surprised you. You want to just do a verbal, Alexis? Yeah, that's fine with me.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Alexis Braun, Recreation Manager for the Transit and Community Services Department. This item before you this evening is a request for additional use of Riddle Field lights in the categorical exemption. This item came to your attention last fall. Laguna Beach Little League had the highest number of registrants for their fall ball league that they had ever had. And Riddle Field is the only lit field that we have in the community. So the Little League Board presented the city with a proposal for additional light usage in the fall for consideration. And just a little history. So the lights were installed with the field in 1964 and then have been redone most recently in 2018 with LED lights. So it is lit March through July for the Little League programs, as well as for adult softball programs through the fall twice a week. But traditionally, they have never, Laguna Beach Little League has never utilized lights at all in the fall months, except for one day a week for practices for overflow. When daylight savings hits at about 5 o'clock on the October months, then by the time the kids get out of school, they have very limited time to play. So Laguna Beach Little League has requested use till 9:30. And then the city has recommended that during the fall months, they use the field until 8 p.m. and then continue spring as is.
And Alexis, can you help explain what's the basis for that, for staff's recommendation?
So since in the fall, the lights have never been used for Little League except for Wednesdays till 8 p.m. It was the neighbors are basically on top of the field and they are impacted year round with, the sounds just of the park. And since it is the only lit field in town, they are the ones that are impacted the most. So in the fall, they don't play games during the week. In the spring season, they play games. They just have practices. So by recommending 8 o'clock, it was a compromise with the neighbors as well as the Little League. So they'll get additional field time and light usage that they never had before, but yet won't be impacting the neighbors by having kids practicing until 9:30 at night.
So I'm reading this 1996 agenda bill that youth teams are allowed field use 365 days a year with lights available only Monday through Friday until 10 p.m. So in the past, in 1996, was it the case that the lights were going until 10 p.m.?
Just for the spring season. They actually they'd never even had fall ball, just adult softball. We have the 16-inch adult softball league, and they're the ones that had used lights year round. But Little League they never had a fall. They didn't have a fall program back in 1996.
But there were lights used during the fall, but just not by Little League until 10
by the
p.m.
city programs.
Got it. Thank you.
So Alexis, you had mentioned a courtesy notice being sent out within 300 feet. Were there any responses?
I spoke to several of the neighbors.
Just a couple, two?
On the phone. I believe 4 different ones.
Out of how many neighbors? would that
There were
be?
75 neighbors that were
Okay,
notified.
Only 2?
4.
4 responded. And they were okay with this?
Not until the 9:30, but with the compromise of the 8 o'clock time frame, more agreeable to that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, fellow residents. My name is Megan Hilliard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. First off topic, thank you, Councilmember Wayland, for your consideration with regards to the street sweeping penalties. I genuinely appreciate that. Thank you.
You're the
I am here tonight in a few different capacities. One, as a neighboring resident of Riddle Field. I live within, volume distance, few hundred yards from the field itself. 2, as a representative of Laguna Beach Little League board, and 3, as a parent of a Little League player. I do want to express my appreciation for the hard work and dedication of the city staff, specifically Alexis and Garrett at the Parks and Rec Department. They have facilitated many conversations and collaboration that has already taken place between Laguna Beach Little League and some of the neighbors of Riddle that have concerns over their request to extend the use of the lights. It's not an easy interaction to manage. We recognize that, and we commend the patience and professionalism of the Parks and Rec Department and staff, and thank you for those efforts. The ask genuinely from Little League is for City Council to agree on and support the process that, from our understanding, is already in place and is established, whereby it directs these types of negotiations directly to the Recs Department themselves, where they facilitate and make the determinations based on the rules established by City Council. We believe that these proposed restrictions on the lighting in the spring and summer is a reasonable outer limit to potentially start and begin those conversations, to begin the permitting process discussion, I should say. It just seems prudent that these discussions and future discussions remain at the Parks Department level, so they do not escalate to City Council meetings unnecessarily and on repeat. Right? Laguna Beach Little League's intention is to use the lights of Riddle Field on additional evenings within a framework that's reasonable and respectful to the Little League families and the neighbors of Riddle. Over this past several years, as Alexis indicated, we have had an increase in enrollment within Little League, warranting our additional use and needs of the field itself for practice for various reasons. We acknowledge, I do want to relay this, that at the last fall meeting, there was a delay due to the CEQA study request, and it is our understanding that some of the neighbors had an assumption and a concern that the Little League community was mobilizing a critical mass of families to come to the event in opposition of the neighbors and against the neighbors, but I let me assure you that is not our intent. It was really in support of Little League itself and not to create conflict. We're committed to working together with our neighbors. We want to come to an agreement that respects the needs of both the residents and the children who use Riddle Field. Riddle Field is a vital part of our community, and it provides a space for our children and many of our children to grow, live. I've spent countless hours at Riddle with my child who's done all sorts of things, playing at Riddle, but genuinely loving it. And we love that space and place itself. And so we're hoping to continue to foster and offer that space for children to grow, learn, and play. We want to respect the use of the field and honor the magic of where Riddle Field was built. We look forward to continuing the conversation and finding a path forward that benefits all members of the community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Megan, I have two questions. The first is, what would the impacts, let's say for the purposes of discussion, we go with staff's recommendation, what will how many less games is that going to lead? Like what's the impact going to be on your operations?
Yeah, largely what we do, we have to often share the fields and where our teams have to find practice alternatively is either at Alta Laguna, top of the world, in that area. And of course, there's not lights. The field itself has challenges, limitations, and then El Moro. We share those fields often with soccer. So there's a lot of conflict with a lot of these teams that they've got to cross over. They're limited. So the impact is largely teams either have less practice or they're squeezed in short periods of time that are not necessarily conducive for, all the multitude of teams. I don't have a specific number if that's what you're looking for.
And then, so your recommendation was basically to go till 9:30 and then have the recreation department kind of figure it out. How would they go about figuring, how would they decide whether to say yes or no to Little League on a certain night? Would it be like that, up to a certain percentage of these nights, or what is your recommendation on that?
I think the way that we're looking at it is the city council will isolate a time, right? That's saying, hey, the cutoff time is X. And I think fall, or is it fall? It's spring. What's our current rule right now is that spring has a wider utilization, than fall does. And we'd like to genuinely expand that to the fall season as well. And then to coordinate and working with Alexis and team, and to have those conversations to say, hey, here's our numbers. Here's what we're looking at. This is the schedule that we're asking for. I don't have an exact example of that schedule, but to coordinate with Alexis and her team to say, here's what we're proposing. This is what our needs look like.
So it sounds like you don't really know because you haven't done it yet. Like once if you were able to go till 9:30 through that process, you'd be able to kind of figure out what the space needs are and then come back. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's right. And it's also dependent upon the registration as well. So we kind of need the numbers in order to play with that.
Got it.
So Megan, do you think, so like, for example, spring, summer ball, Monday through Friday, 9:30. There's some days you won't be there until 9:30.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
And so, yeah, so you would just, what do you think about that, Alexis?
The city and Little League have an agreement. So when they exit the field, whatever coach or manager is there, they're responsible for turning the lights off upon exiting the field. So
We've had any problems with that, or?
it's always a learning curve at the beginning of each season.
Okay.
But we also, I have the app on my phone, so we'll get a notification from the neighborhood if, and I'm able to turn it off as well.
You can turn it off from your phone?
Mhm. Yeah.
That's
Wow.
right there.
Wow, big sister.
So-
You're done. Lights. Yes.
So I just so why is Saturday dark in the fall? It's got Monday to Friday and then Sunday.
So in the fall season, Little League plays games only on Sundays, and the spring season, they play games on Saturdays. So it's basically, originally, I think when that was made was they encouraged people to play soccer on Saturdays, and then they would play Little League on Sundays. And then the fall, and then the spring, baseball is the main sport. So the games were Saturday. That was just how it traditionally was started, years ago when people were playing both rec sports.
And I don't think we use it on Sundays late in the fall. I don't think our games generally go till that late in the fall, but we have that allowance and I don't want to stop that. So maybe I shouldn't say that out loud.
Any other questions for Megan? Okay, thanks, Megan.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to shorten my remarks based on the substance of some of this discussion, but I want to start by thanking the council members and city staff for rescheduling this important agenda item at a critical time before our fall season. My name is William Donovan. My friends around town call me BJ. I represent the Little League Board as a member, and I've also spent the past 2 years as the umpire in chief. I have 2 sons. They're both proud Laguna Beach Little Leaguers and avid baseball enthusiasts. And our family is approaching our 8th year in Laguna Beach as residents, where we've gleefully lived just a block away from Riddle Field for more or less that entire time. I want to thank the council for its recent and historical support of Riddle Field and Little League and youth sports in general, and also Alexis and her staff, including Garrett, for their hard work and commitment to this process. I know it's been rocky. The request at times. The request tonight is simple. We want to hit the reset button on the permitting process, in the sense that we have reviewed the staff recommendation and we agree that it is much better than the status quo. But it sort of begins from a historical relationship with our neighbors that needs reconciliation. Little League President Brad Downey, who couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately, his letter provides our official response to the staff recommendation, but it basically reflects our strong belief that the recommendations are a great step in the right direction, but we need to continue to have a robust and inclusive discussion about the permitting process, not just with staff individually, but with the neighbors present, all together. What we don't want is to have an approach where we take an arbitrary limitation to the usage of this magnificent resource. So specifically, we're looking for a more thoughtful discussion around the earlier curtailment of the light use in the fall. I know there's been a lot of history here and a lot of issues with men's softball, and back in the 90s, I personally pulled more than one hamstring playing adult softball at Riddle Field. But it's remarkable to point out that even today that men's softball has greater permitting use in the fall than Little League does. So as a league, our registration numbers have increased dramatically, and as well as a desire to play more competitive baseball locally. Simply put, our goal as a Little League is to allow as many children the opportunity to play baseball as possible. So thankfully, we're in a much different place today. I think we're certainly moving in the right direction. And we want to make sure that the council understands that we're committed to sitting down and doing just that. We don't believe, at the same time, we don't believe that there should be unarticulated concerns from neighbors that should overrule other considerations without significant discussion and debate as envisioned in the criteria set out in the municipal code. So with that, I'll just ask for a moment more just to say, we are committed to sitting down and having this conversation and increasing that engagement with the community and our neighbors and being good neighbors and taking on a greater role in doing whatever we can to shoulder more of that burden of stewardship of this iconic resource. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Council? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll close public hearing. Council? What are your thoughts?
First, I think it's very exciting that we have a problem where we need more space for Little League because there's so much enrollment. I think that's such a good problem for us to have as a community. I think that as leaders of a city, our first obligation is to the children of our community. That's really what I think that's just so important. And Little League is something that creates a real community space. I didn't play baseball, but I remember, like, you know, the snack bar and all that. It's just it's a community space that I think is Laguna at its best. And so I'm supportive of moving forward with the request by the Laguna Beach Little League, and then taking the next year to kind of figure out how, you know, how this is going to work, and then have staff come back in a year based on that trial period and figure out a game plan that can address the needs of the Little League and to the extent possible the concerns of the neighbors. But I just think, you know, as the previous speaker said, applying an arbitrary line in the sand, that's going to basically take away opportunities for kids in our community to play at Riddle Field, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'm supportive of a year trial with the request that the Laguna Beach Little League put forward.
I would support that as well. I think this is an important activity for the kids, and I'm glad you're getting a lot of people joining. I hope that the neighbors are okay with it. We'll see. And
because I think, I mean, I'm sure you guys will go above and beyond to be respectful and during that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to do that, which I think is worth a trial for a year, which would mean we'd come back. But, and I think I heard it in your comments anyway, I just encourage the league to be efficient with the scheduling and use of time so that, you know, it's not like, oh, we got till 9:30, so let's just stretch it out, right? I mean, if there's ways to be efficient, and because we have had other issues with neighbors in close proximity to recreation activities, and it's a lot when it's 7 days a week. I'm good with Alex's recommendation, and just knowing that I think the league will work to be good neighbors and do the best they can there. So I'm supportive of that.
Yeah, I am as well. We don't do enough for kids. I don't have any kids, but my personal opinion is we do everything for adults because adults are always complaining, but about needing things, but we don't hear from the kids very often. And it's a great sport and it's a great field, and I think we should use it to the fullest extent. So I'm supportive as well. You have a motion here?
I'll move that we initiate a 1-year trial, or that we find and determine that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to a Class 5 and Class 32 categorical exemptions, and then direct staff to permit Riddle Field light usage per the request with the times from the Laguna Beach Little League, which is 7 days a week until 9:30 p.m. And then I guess direct staff to So Alexis, for recommended action number 4, should I keep that the same or should I replace that with direct staff to evaluate the 1-year trial period and come back with a long-term recommendation? What do you recommend, Alexis?
Well, first, Little League did change their request to 6 days a week from 7.
Oh, sorry.
So I,
Oh, I misread
since
that.
the report, was done, they did request, since there are no games on Saturdays in the fall.
Okay,
So
so
they did not request light usage. The
So-
6, so on Saturdays in the spring, Sundays in the fall.
okay, that
So as
that
we were discussing
is-
earlier, what we discussed earlier, so just to clarify that. But then I would recommend then you would change number 4. And just, you could say to evaluate it and to maybe work with the Little League and the neighbors directly. Unless you guys want this to come back to council, but I would think it would be fine to recommend just having
That
staff,
makes sense.
Little League and the neighbors have their annual meeting together and do what we had previously done.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Can I just clarify?
Yeah.
I want to make sure the motion's clear so that we don't have any questions in the future. So for fall season, we're saying 6 days a week till 8 p.m., not including Saturdays, and 7 p.m. on Sundays.
No.
No, we're saying the last column here.
They know it's
Or
9:30.
the
Got
Little
it.
League, we're going with the Little League.
Okay.
column.
So 6 days a week, but not till 9:30, but in the fall, it's Saturdays is dark, and then in the spring, Sundays is dark.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we need to redo our motion? Okay, we had
That's
a
part of the
motion.
motion.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the long wait. Only took us a year. We get on.
I know, sorry, CEQA is
CEQA.
what it is.
And thanks, CEQA. Thank you,
you.
guys. We gotta rearrange this. I don't want all these people sitting here for stuff that's not interesting. So, who's here for SACWA? Okay.
Aqua.
Mm-hmm. It'll be quick now. All right. Hang on a second, let me get myself organized here. Okay, so 20's done. 21, so we got 19, let's go back and we'll pick up 19 and 21. George, you mind if we wait for your restoration?
No, I'll be here.
Okay. Okay. All right. 22 is the grand jury. Skip that for now. Wastewater master plan. That wasn't pulled, I know. North Coast Intercept. Okay, wait, what are you guys asking?
Who pulled 19?
19 was already just, 19 is we're waiting. Do you guys want to talk about SACWA? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Council, do you want a staff report on this?
I don't think we need to stop.
We don't need a staff report. Okay, open the public hearing. You guys, you want to come up?
Item 19,
19, come on up.
public hearing. SACWA.
Well, we're not going to give a staff report unless, you guys want to make comments on it? No? Okay. All right. I just want to get back on track here, you guys.
Well, so I can just give a quick comment on 19 because I've been involved in this a lot with Gavin, Gavin's been doing some really good work on this. We've had the proposal. SACWA's met multiple times to talk about Molten leaving under to take control of regional and leaving out of the outfalls. There's 9 agreements, Gavin? 9 agreements that are pretty close to final, but still need a little bit of work. And I think then the motion here is to appoint myself and Alex as an ad hoc committee to just get those over the finish line. there'll be a meeting at some point of all the seven agencies, which there was in early May, big table over at Molten Miguel. So once the agreements are ready, and then Gavin, you may want to weigh in. I think there's staff meeting this week to go through those, right?
There's another staff meeting on August 21st. So I think that's next Wednesday with all the parties involved.
So do we think that we can get this on, bring the final agreements for adoption at our September meeting? Does that seem likely, Gavin?
So just to give the councils just a little more to that. So the meeting on the 23rd will go over final changes from all of the agencies, except for Molten, of course, because they put these together. Those comments, both comments from staff and comments from legal, will then go back to Molten Miguel to kind of work through. So it's possible. The timing of that is you've got a lot of agencies involved, but the biggest piece is when we sit back to Molten, what the response would be. And then if it comes back again, is there more tweaking to do in those final reports?
So
final agreements.
hopefully we can push everyone across the finish line, because this is a good deal for us. $12 million for the coastal treatment plant. Molten can do away. It's like everyone's a winner. That's why it's exciting. So
We're very, very close.
Yeah.
We're almost to the end of the finish line here.
Good.
We're going to commit. So that's why I'm asking for the ad hoc to kind of, as we get those final negotiations, it's important to get, key questions answered quickly. And that's the idea behind the ad hoc.
perfect. Yeah, because the employees at SACWA, they need certainty as well, you know.
They do.
So anyway, thanks Gavin and thanks Bob for your leadership on this.
So unless there's other questions, I just move the recommended actions.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, good. Okay, the next one that's pulled is 22. Okay, you know what? You want to wait and let the Rivian people talk? Because,
Yeah, so what, that makes sense.
yeah. Okay, so we're going to get to 22 a little bit later.
26.
Yeah,
I've
so
got Greg waiting here too. He's on 24 or 25 and 26. Right?
What'd you say, Bob?
Greg's waiting here on 25.
Oh, I know.
On
Okay.
a couple of items too.
24, 25, and 26 weren't pulled.
No, I know, we're not gonna, I know. Mine up, I'm swimming in this paper up there. It's absurd. Yeah,
Why don't we do 29? Rivian.
you want to go to 29?
So it sounds like it.
I'm really proud of my decision to put so many things on consent right now.
Well, you're sitting here,
Imagine
you're
if they
sitting
were-
up here with us.
We're getting a lot done.
We're getting a lot done, yeah.
So what are we going to 29?
29.
We're going to 29, yeah.
29?
Yeah, we're going to 29. This is this economic incentive. Is that what you want to pull?
No, this is not a consent.
It's business.
No, it's regular item.
It's regular. 29 is public hearing for proposed economic incentive agreement.
I think you wanted to do the Rivian. Or no?
Yeah, is that what you want to do? That's what I want to do.
That's what I thought you wanted to do.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys learn a lot at these council meetings? Okay, this is item 29, public hearing for proposed economic incentive agreement pursuant to the California Government Code. I'm not going to read the numbers. Okay, Jeremy?
Yeah, I have that. Thank you, Mayor. I will try to do world's fastest presentation.
Okay.
Background, the current CUP for Rivian restricts auto sales and related business. They are requesting of the city consider a CUP amendment to allow for that use. In conjunction with that, they're looking to possibly expand into 224, 226 Ocean Avenue, which is the former dry cleaning building on Ocean Avenue. Part of the expansion requires a certain amount of investment in the community. Rivian has requested an economic incentive agreement as part of this expansion. It's not uncommon for cities to enter into these types of agreements, particularly with auto dealers up and down the state of California. The state does have a legal requirement that we're required to notice the terms of and provide or disclose the terms and provide a public hearing of the proposed economic incentive agreement for the city council to consider. In this case, our proposed agreement is a sales tax sharing agreement, which is the 1% of the Bradley Burns tax or the sales tax collected by the city. Or that goes to the city, pardon me, out of the overall sales tax collected in a transaction. Here are the terms of the agreement. 10-year term, first 3 years would be 65% of that goes to the Rivian with 35 back to the city. Again, the intent to that is for that first 3 years, they're ramping up, they're investing in the community. Then once after 3 years, for the remainder, we'd go to a 50-50 split to incentivize business here in the community. The projected revenue based on the figures received by Rivian is for the city would be about 1.1 to 2.3 million over the 10 million or over the 10-year term. One of the things the council may consider is allocating this to some sort of greenhouse gas reducing initiative fund to go towards what the name suggests. What comes back to the city in return? Well, first off, I would just like to say that Rivian has been very matter of fact that they have no intention of eliminating their public programs or nonprofit events as part of this request. The public benefits is the downtown improvements, as I've suggested, which is that storefront improvement to 224, 226 Ocean, which is and has been in disrepair for many years. Judging by their efforts and their final product at the theater, I'm confident that we would probably be happy with the storefront there on Ocean. We're also starting discussions with public charging infrastructure, level 3, the Rivian Adventure Network, high-speed charging in the downtown area and helping the city work through that. And then through the sales tax agreement, we're not collecting revenue right now because sales are prohibited at this site. We would, and one of the council priorities at the start of the year was to find a new revenue source. This, I think, falls in line with that council direction. Based again on the projections, we see that the range would create a new top 25 sales tax contributor to the city. And finally, with our steps, if approved tonight, what we do is Rivian would then submit a CUP application to the city for an amendment for the theater as well as 224, 226 Ocean. Planning Commission would evaluate the impacts of that request in a public hearing through the city's process. If the CUP is amended, then at that time, the city would execute, the city manager would execute the economic agreement with Rivian. And then finally, there is a reporting requirement that every 5 years we would disclose basically the terms right now that have been proposed this evening versus what the actuals are, both at the 5 and the 10-year mark. Our recommendation or staff's recommendation is authorize the city manager to execute that agreement, remand the requested conditional use permit amendment to the planning commission when that to evaluate point of sale activities, demonstration drives, and vehicle deliveries. And as customary in our practice, when that application is received. And then the final recommendation there is if you want to direct staff to create that greenhouse gas reduction fund with this revenue stream, if and when this works or this is approved and is finalized. That concludes my presentation. Hannah Steinwig is with me with Rivian tonight as well. I apologize. Nora? Nicola, I'm so sorry. Nicola is a general manager of the Rivian Theater. They're both here for questions as well. I apologize.
Any questions for Jeremy?
When is this going to Planning Commission if we approve this tonight?
Dependent on when we receive a submission, but we would like within the next 3 months. I mean, we'd like, our internal goal is to have this contemplated by the end of the year.
What else? Okay. How long does it take to get it to Planning Commission? Get it ready to go to Planning Commission?
Anywhere 4 to 8 weeks. 10 weeks.
It's just a
Good
minor
evening,
change.
Anthony.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, and Council. end of the year is a realistic target for that application?
And staff is working with Rivian to help them provide questions with their consultant to make sure that application is correct and we don't lose any time there to our being responsive.
We don't have the application yet because they're waiting for our determination.
Correct.
Mhm.
This is a series, of linear events. Or
But if it
chronological
was to
events.
make it prior to the end of the year, all of those Rivians that got sold for Christmas gifts, we would collect taxes on.
That's the plan.
And we'd also have that dry cleaning building
Yeah.
renovated.
That's the goal.
Maybe it can be sooner than
But
the end of the year.
Jeremy, the amount of revenue that we're forecasting 1.1 to 2.3 million, that's over the 10-year period?
Correct.
Okay. And the number of vehicles sold per month, how many trips of a big truck carries the vehicles will that mean for the streets and whatnot? I mean, I know it can be delivered early in the morning. I don't think there's.
That would be fleshed out during the planning commission process, but I can tell you that the numbers that we've worked on, come on up. 2.5 to 3 vehicles per day sale.
Yeah.
So
that means how many trucks per
Hannah?
Yes.
week?
Hi, Councilmember Weiss. My name is Hannah Steinwig. And so because that parking behind the theater is limited, you won't see a big box truck coming in and delivering these vehicles. They'll be individually driven in. So that will not
Okay.
interrupt any
So
traffic.
you only bring in a couple of vehicles each trip? Oh,
Yeah, we're averaging about 2.5 vehicles, 2 to 3 vehicles delivered a day.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
You guys want to say anything?
Yeah, I would love just to thank you for the partnership that you all have provided, Rivian. We purchased the theater back in 2020 with the promise to restore the original facade and also the original programming of storytelling and community gathering. And over the past 7 to 8 months, we have very much enjoyed delivering on that promise and really providing a place for the community to gather and for the community to show documentaries and host events like Super Bowl watching party. I have enjoyed hearing memories recalled from, whether that is watching the Titanic in the 90s, all the way to learning something new from an issue outlined at a documentary that we're showing. And so this is really just for us the natural next step for a long-term partnership with the theater and with Laguna. We know when we chose Laguna to put our flagship, it was because Laguna aligns with our mission of keeping the world adventurous forever, which concentrates on stewardship, on adventure and community. So we really appreciate your partnership thus far. And Nicola is going to speak a little bit to the programming.
Great.
Hi, my name is Nicola Freeman. Thank you for having me. I am the general manager of the Rivian South Coast Theater, and I've been with Rivian now for about a year. And in the first 4 months of my time with the organization, I spent my time on the streets of Laguna inquiring with the community what it is they envisioned to happen in that theater. And I feel really proud of the vision that we have brought to life. Now we have had 142 events thus far since our opening in December. We've had 11,000 people attend events. The vast majority of these people are people within Laguna. I think about even tomorrow, we have 50 children coming to do toddler time with the Pacific Marine Mammal Center. On Thursday, we have Greg McGilvery showing his 4th installation of his films, and we bring anywhere between 200 to 400 people to see these things. It's become a commonplace in our community, and I'm really proud of what we've done. The intent with any of these suggested changes is not to have any interruptions to those programmings. That will continue, and it's something that I'm committed to bringing to the city of Laguna always. We have Laguna forever above our screen, and I look at it daily. It's our commitment.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll open the public hearing. Anybody else want to speak on this item?
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name's Mike Mariner. Spent about 35 years on Forest Avenue as a retailer, so I very much appreciate what Rivian's doing. So I just want to read a quick statement. I want to express my deep appreciation for what Rivian has already done for our community and to emphasize that they are just getting started. Rivian's commitment to Laguna Beach is much more than a business venture. It's a partnership that enriches our lives and strengthens our community. Rivian has quickly become a cherished part of our Laguna Beach culture. Their free weekly film programming, open to all Thursdays and Saturdays, has become a favorite gathering spot. The space available for nonprofit events like the Pacific Marine Mammal Center, Volunteer Night, and Historical Societies board meetings supports vital community organizations. Rivian's dedication to education and family shines through in their weekly toddler time and monthly children's science workshops, engaging our youngest residents in fun and learning. They've also provided a stage for local musicians with sold-out concerts and Sunday courtyard sessions that brings our community together through the arts. As we look ahead, we must support Rivian as a shining example of a successful public-private partnership. Let's continue to engage with them, recognize the tremendous value they bring to Laguna Beach. Rivian's enthusiasm for our community is contagious, and we should match it by stepping up to offer support even before they ask. Together, we can keep this positive momentum going. Rivian has made a remarkable impact, and with our support, the best is yet to come. It's a win for the residents, win for Rivian, makes their operations and overhead more sustainable, win for increased revenue for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Hi, I just want to echo all that. The Rivian's just been such a great partner, and I've really been enjoying being able to go down there and hang out, and all their vegan vehicles, which is super cool. And so I think this is great. And looking at the proposal, the only thing that I would change, and I hope the ladies don't get mad at me, is that I would review in 5 years the split. I think the 5-year, 10-year review is good, but it sounds like we're solid for the whole 10 years on the split. And I want to be super hopeful that they sell a ton of vehicles, and maybe they're ahead of the game with getting the properties renovated and just making so much money that maybe some more of that tax revenue could come our way. So that's the only change I would make to it. And that wouldn't be that it has to change, just that it could be open to it at the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this. I think what Rivian has done for our town has been amazing. It's created a community space, and I think also it's the type of gold standard development that we want to see in town, that really respects our history and is just such a beautiful building. I like Judy's idea of, after I guess 6 years is what this agreement contemplates. If there were to be some sort of a, maybe, I don't know whether it's charging, or maybe there's some sort of an arrangement that could be used to reallocate after that 6-year period. I think that's something that we should definitely be open to. But in the interim, I'm supportive of this agreement, and I'm supportive of, I don't want to make budget decisions from up here, outside of the budget process, but I do like the idea of having the funds from this, if not all, maybe a significant portion, go towards the proposed energy efficiency revolving fund that can help us leverage all these tax credits that are available until 2032 for our solar and our microgrid and all the other priorities that we have. So that's where I would be on allocating this money.
I'm 100% supportive. I'm glad you guys came to town. I'm glad you bought the theater. It's been a game changer for our town. And I think, I think it's kind of awakened the town to what other things we could have going on here, because so many, I see people lined up, around the corner on the Ocean Avenue getting in there. It's just, you don't see that often in town, where you have so much interest. That's great. So I'm 100% supportive.
I'm supportive as well. I don't want you guys to have swelled heads, but I guess you've already heard and many times how awesome you guys are. And I think everything you guys have done is great. We really appreciate it. And I'm sure you hear it from everybody. I was telling Hannah, I haven't heard one negative comment since you guys have been in town. And we really do appreciate your consistency and your delivering on the promises that you made. Thank you.
Well, I'll second my colleagues. I've been at many events there and they've been terrific. And we all really appreciate you taking that theater and turning it into a gem and putting it on the National Register of Historic Places as well. So it's a combination of dual use, which is wonderful. Use for the community, use for your business, and promoting the values you have, which are ours as well. So I'm going to vote yes for this project. Thank you.
So I'll make it a clean sweep. I think everybody's thrilled with what Rivian has done. Nicola, I think I've talked to you before. The programming has been fantastic over there, and the breadth of the groups that you've gotten, I think, is really creative and thoughtful. So, but I also want to thank Jeremy for his work on this, because we haven't had one of these before, and these kind of economic incentive agreements, and this one I think was well put together, and thank you for your work on that. So
I'll second that. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Oh, so I'd move the recommended action with, it sounded like you want to add something on.
Yeah, can we just, instead of a special account earmarked for greenhouse gas reduction, it's just, can we say for the clean energy revolving loan fund?
We have one of those?
Well, now we are.
Okay, clean energy revolving loan fund. Okay.
Dave,
Carbon reduction includes that.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's
Dave's
fine.
already, Dave's got designs on the money.
Yeah. And
Okay.
We understand, and I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem, that, we can return during the budget process,
Yeah.
but understood
Yeah.
what the council's interests are.
Because we have to spend that money anyway.
Yeah.
It's a priority, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I like the way it's framed.
Okay, so we have
We
a
have a
motion,
second.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Go forth and make money.
Thank you.
We'll try to speed
Get
it up
this-
on our end,
Get
right,
the
Anthony?
CEP in and
Okay, let's go to 27. Just get Greg's sitting there patiently. What?
Mayor, on this one, I've talked to the city attorney, and I have to recuse myself on these two, this item, and what was it, 27 and 28? Because Greg's involved in both of them. So, so in consulting with the city attorney, I'm going to recuse myself out of an abundance of caution to avoid any future Levine Act questions related to campaign contributions. So, in that a party or participant involved in this item may contribute to my reelection campaign in the future, and that would be Greg Abel. So, I will recuse myself on these two items.
What a conscientious.
It
squeaky-
warms
squeaky
my
clean-
heart
Clean
to
guy.
hear the Levine Act.
I know. The things we find encouraging around here. Okay, 27. This is the lot line adjustment at 855 La Vista Drive and 700 Virginia Park Drive. Good evening again.
Hi, good evening, and thank you, members of the City Council. Item number 27 is a request for a lot line adjustment and a coastal development permit to reconfigure two adjoining lots at 855 La Vista Drive and 700 Virginia Park Drive to modify the location of a common lot line. The existing lot configurations were established in 2015. As described in the agenda report, the council at that time approved a partial road abandonment. This was for an unused portion of Virginia Park, subject to the requirement that the property owner reconfigure 3 legal building sites into 2, thereby reducing the density. The 2015 lot line adjustment has since been effectuated, which results in the configuration that exists today and shown on the screen. The current request for a lot line adjustment involves an exchange of two small portions of land of approximately equal size, roughly 20 by 20 feet. The blue square shown on the screen here would be added to the larger parcel 1 on the right, which today is developed with a single-family dwelling. And the city is currently processing a detached ADU for that lot. The orange square would be added to the smaller parcel 2 on the bottom left of that map. Parcel 2 is currently vacant, but has received approvals for a new single-family development. The land areas being exchanged are physically constrained, and according to the applicant, there are no future plans for additional development on the two parcels. It's also important to note that neither the proposed detached ADU nor the entitled new single-family dwelling are reliant on the proposed adjustment to meet the city's zoning regulations. Staff recommends that the City Council find the project to comply with the lot line review criteria. As noted in the agenda report, the project is eligible for a lot line adjustment in that it does not create additional building sites. The project complies with the general plan, and the adjustment does not create any new nonconforming conditions or increase the extent of existing nonconformities. The adjustment does constitute development for which a CDP is required. The draft resolution presented for your consideration and adoption this evening includes the required CDP findings. The project has been found to comply with the city's LCP. Staff recommends that the City Council find the project exempt from CEQA under a provision that states that CEQA does not apply to a project that does not have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. Here, the adjustment involves a negligible exchange of land area between two existing legal building sites, which, in addition to the physical constraints, the adjustment areas are primarily located within the setbacks of the two lots. These development restrictions impose significant limitations on any future use or development of the adjustment area. And that will take us to the staff recommendation this evening, which is to approve the project by adopting the resolution attached to your agenda report. That will conclude the staff presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Any questions for Anthony? No, okay, open the public hearing. Greg, do you have any comments? No? Close the public hearing. Move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's 4-0. Councilmember Whalen abstaining.
And does it come to us because lot line adjustments have to come to city council?
Yeah.
Is that why?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Did it go to planning commission already?
No, lot line adjustments are not required to go to planning commission
Oh,
first.
fantastic. Okay. Okay, this is item number 28. This is the lot line adjustment 3002 Dorn Court, 3008 Dorn Court, and 2616 Temple Hills Drive. Hey, Wendy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Kemp. Good evening, council members and members of the public. Wendy Jung, principal planner and acting zoning administrator. Just a disclaimer, the presentation will sound very similar to item 27. So I'll try to breeze through it. So agenda item 28 is a request also for a lot line adjustment and a coastal development permit. And this is to reconfigure 3 adjoining parcels located at 3002 and 3008 Dorn Court and 2616 Temple Hills Drive. The existing lot configurations were established as building sites with recordation of tract 3974, and they consist of 3 commonly owned adjoining parcels that are of irregular shape and located in the R1 residential low density zone.
The current request for the lot line adjustment involves shifting the property line. This would result in exchange of land between the 3 adjacent parcels. So on this exhibit, parcel 1, which is 3002 Dorn Court, would decrease in size by approximately 539 square feet. In July of 2023, the Design Review Board granted approval to construct a new single-family residence at the site. The proposed development met the objective standards, including required setbacks based on the proposed lot reconfiguration. The existing residence was demolished in August of 2023, and the site is currently vacant. The approval and the recordation of the lot line adjustment is required prior to the issuance of a building permit. The parcel 3, which is 3008 Dorn Court, would increase by approximately 121 square feet, and the remaining parcel 2 at 2616 Temple Hills Drive would increase in area by approximately 418. Staff is recommending that the City Council find the project to comply with the lot line adjustment review criteria. And as noted in the agenda report, the project is eligible for a lot line adjustment in that it does not create additional building sites. The project complies with the general plan, and the adjustment does not create any new non-conforming conditions, nor does it increase the extent of the existing non-conforming conditions. Lot line adjustments also constitute development for which a coastal development permit is required. And the draft resolution that's presented tonight for your consideration and adoption includes the required findings to grant the CDP. And the project was found also to conform with the local coastal program. Staff is recommending that the City Council find the project exempt from CEQA under State CEQA Guidelines Section 15305. This applies to projects that consist of minor alterations in land use limitations, specifically in areas with an average slope of less than 20%. And they also do not result in any changes in land use or density. It's also determined that this project will not have a significant effect on the environment. So here, the adjustment involves a negligible exchange of land area that is between the 3 existing legal building sites. And additionally, no new parcels will be created, and there are no changes to the land use density for the subject parcels. So the staff recommendation tonight is that the City Council open the public hearing, close the public hearing, and then adopt the proposed resolution as titled in the agenda report and as shown on this slide for reference. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Wendy. Any questions for Wendy?
Oh, what's the intent of the owners? I noticed that the Dorn, one of the house was demolished, is increasing by 500 and some square feet. Is there new development going to be taking place there? Is that the reason they're doing this?
There's no development proposed currently at this time. The applicant is present, and so they may be able to provide further. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm just curious.
I'll open the public hearing. Hey, Greg.
You've demolished the house and then, it's.
Yes, Greg Abel, I'm also the designer of the house and also the contractor. So currently, with the house was removed after we were approved at design review. And we did sign a hold harmless agreement to get the permit issued while we waited to meet with you folks here. So we're currently, the fence is up, it's looking great. We're just digging a few footings. That's about it. We're not building the houses yet, but it's moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
And we have the neighborhood support.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So is this just a coincidence that we're getting both of these at the same time?
One's my house and one's their house.
Yeah.
It's efficiency.
Perfect. Do it once and, figure out the process. Okay.
Anybody else on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll move the recommended action.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's 4-0 with Councilmember Whalen abstaining.
Thanks, Greg.
So we should go back and pick up 22.
Is that the grand jury?
Yeah, the grand jury.
Yeah, Bob and I.
Can someone fetch Bob? Okay. Oh. See you, Greg.
Hey.
Thanks for your patience.
You guys are great to watch.
Okay.
Do you want to pass on the staff report or?
Yes. And if you do. Yeah, so we're talking about item number 22, response to Orange County grand jury reports.
Yeah, so and I briefly spoke with Bob about this. On the SOCWA one, we were hoping to get, to be able to make edits for the council to direct us to make edits to this and, change I'll just quickly go through the findings for the first finding about the, conflicts over governance. Instead of partially disagreeing, I think we would agree with that.
What page is that?
125. And then F4, that there currently is no unified strategy. I think we would agree with that. And again, we'll elaborate in our letter, And then the final recommendation about having LAFCO form a task force to study the transformation of SOCWA and prepare a report on the future of water and wastewater. And Bob, correct me if I'm incorrectly speaking for you, but I think we would disagree with the recommendation of LAFCO being involved, but we would agree about the need for a comprehensive, collaborative strategy that incorporates, what will be left of SOCWA after these agreements go through. So I think together we can finalize the wording with direction from the council. So that's what we'd be asking for.
Any other comments?
And
No, open the public hearing. Anybody? Okay, I'll close the public
so
hearing.
I'll move the recommended actions with the edits that I just outlined and direct the council member Wayland and me to edit it with those guidelines that I just mentioned.
Yep.
Does that work, Megan?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Well, I don't think there was a second. I'll
I
second
think,
it.
didn't you second it, George?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear George. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This is all a jumble.
Okay.
Now we're doing fine. Okay, let's go to item 30 on the regular agenda, and that is to it here. Consideration of hearing planning commission and or design review board appeals at one or more special meetings. This is Dave causing all this trouble.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, this is and council, I'll be brief about this one too. This was a part of our discussions internally about staff and trying to both address the backlog and try to make the appeals process a little easier. That's the intent. And it's not just easier for staff. I was hoping that folks who are at home and would have to come down at night wouldn't have to do that, especially in the dark of winter. So the concept was pick a day or two and a pilot effort and have an appeals day, and that would follow your Tuesday council meeting. So it'd be the Wednesday, so you wouldn't have to worry about coming to a council during a subsequent week. And it would be as needed. And we're not sure if we need one yet, but we wanted to at least run the thought by you to consider it, to see, and potentially October 9th could be the first one. But I toss that back to you for your comment, and you won't hurt my feelings if you don't like it, but we did think it was kind of a good idea. I guess we have to wait for.
I think we ought to get through the backlog this way, but maybe we form a subcommittee and advise the council so I don't have to go.
That's smart.
No, I'm for it. I think we have to slog through this.
Yeah.
People need it too.
At first I was thinking that, I don't want to be spending so much time focused on these appeals, but we're going to have to get to them anyways. And I think to me, what's compelling is for our staff to not have to be here at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
That's why I'm supportive of this, of trying this out.
What are you proposing, Dave? We have a meeting on the 9th, and then what?
Well, the concept is at least tentatively plan on something on the 9th. I think I'd work with David Contreras and with Megan and Jane to try to see what could be lined up for that. We do have some tentatively put on the 24th. So whether those may have to be heard on September 24th, but possibly could be moved to the 9th but we need to, if you're open to this, we'll develop a little action plan and propose the dates. And they'd be special meetings, but we give plenty of notice to everyone in advance of that.
My feedback on this, and I shared some of this with Dave, is, first of all, the the time, if we're going to do these, the time the staff report suggests even mid to late morning, I wouldn't be, or early afternoon, I wouldn't be supportive of that at all. I think people can't be, especially non-applicants, i.e. members of the public, can't be expected to take time off work to come down and in the morning. So if we're going to do this, I would only support it being late afternoon, you know, I don't know whether
4 o'clock.
or 4 or 5 o'clock or something like that.
Well, how long do you expect it to go, Dave? If you start at 4, you're gonna be done by 8 or 9? Is
That would be the hope, to be done by 8.
So,
okay? And all right.
and then, you know, I don't want to establish a regular schedule for this because I think we'll just do it, you know, it'll just become habit. I'm fine with, you know, like George, you say, if we have to clear a backlog, if there's a real need, let's do it, but let's do it for a purpose, not just to have another regular, you know, special meeting scheduled every month.
Oh, no.
We'll end up here every month. Inevitably.
We don't want that.
I also don't want the public to think we have these special meetings and they just, you know, it encourages people to appeal more because we don't really necessarily want to do that.
Yeah, so maybe we just schedule the first one and then just have the city manager as needed.
How many are in the pipeline, Dave? Don't tell us.
David.
David's looking.
Yeah.
We have 2 set up.
How many are in, like, if you had it on the 25th of 26th of September, that Wednesday, what would that look like? How many you have lined up for that day? And then how many? And just one? Well, that's not that many. Why have a
Okay.
special?
Well, we wouldn't if it's just for the one. This is really to introduce the concept, and then we'd come back with you to make sure that was a meaningful evening, meaningful afternoon evening. Go ahead, Megan, sorry.
Well, I think there's at least 4 appeals currently on their way to council. I think there's 2 on the agenda tonight. One was continued at the last meeting. I think there's another one, if I'm remembering correctly. So
Well, we have that Sunset Ridge. Has that ever been?
that, yeah, so,
Sunset Ridge and Egg Rock Ledge
and
Morningside.
Morningside.
So, yeah,
I think there's 3 or 4, yeah.
yeah.
Could we just see if we just do it one night in October and just knock them out? If there's 4, let's just do the 4. Yeah.
Yeah, again, we'll come back with you. We'll come back, if you're open to this, we'll come back with a strategy on it. Or sorry, not for approval, but we'll just set the meeting and make sure it works with your calendars.
So the idea would be we do it the next night after the
It would, yeah, it
previous
would never,
council
it would
meeting.
always be optimally the day after your council meeting, so you don't have to set aside a whole new week to come and visit us.
That's perfect. Okay. Open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this? No? Close public hearing. So I would move that we have a October 9th appeal meeting, and after that, it is subject to further discussion.
I'll second.
Does that make sense? Yeah, all in favor? Aye, okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Included a snack upgrade in that.
We need a snack upgrade, snack upgrade.
Okay.
We don't need any more trash up here on the dais there, Mr. Trash producer. Okay, next is number 31, consider First Amendment to Employment Agreement for City Manager and authority to enter into loan documents for city.
And I'm
manager.
gonna step out.
Okay. Thank you. We have to deal with, we just have to dispense with these appeals. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Dave. Have a good
Good night, Dave.
See you. See you.
Super Dave.
Super Dave.
Super Dave.
Mayor, I can give a very brief
Yeah.
staff report. The Brand Act requires that we orally report on the
Oh,
changes to
okay.
the contract, which
Fantastic.
is why it's on your regular order. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution amending the city manager's employment contract for for two specific purposes. It changes the housing assistance in the contract. Currently, the city manager receives a $1,000 a month housing stipend. The proposal is that would change and eliminate the housing stipend and provide an offer for a loan. And the loan terms are set forth in the staff report. The principal loan amount of up to $1,530,000 with a down payment of $300,000 at a minimum. Interest will accrue at LAIF plus 0.5% per annum, which is variable per quarter. Monthly payments will be required on the full interest of the principal. All outstanding amounts due on the loan, all outstanding amounts on the loan will become due within 1 year of the city manager leaving the city, unless he puts the house up for sale, in which case he has to put the house up for sale within 1 year, and then he has 1 year from that to sell the home. It also has an outside date of September 1, 2039, just in case Dave decides to stay with the city for city manager for the next 15 years. And it's going to be secured by a note, deed of trust, and necessary loan documents. If the council is amenable to that employment agreement change, the other change in the employment agreement is a slight change to deferred compensation, in which after the first year, deferred compensation amounts will be subject to review by the council. If council's amenable to the employment agreement changes, then the second request is for authority to enter into the loan agreement as just described, and the loan documents are attached to the staff report. And then finally, for the mayor to execute the employment agreement, and for authority for the assistant city manager to execute the necessary loan documents. And Councilmember Wayland and I spoke earlier, and he made a good point that we need someone to actually administer the loan. So the assistant city manager would also administer the loan after the close of escrow.
Okay.
And I think Councilmember Wayland, you had a couple other comments.
Yeah, I just raised a couple items with the city attorney earlier. So one is, like you'd typically get through a regular bank, right? There's got to be some kind of condition for title insurance being delivered, and a right, not expected right, but a right for us to not make the loan if there were a title issue with the property that couldn't be cleared through escrow. So I think we should add that as a condition. And then, there's language in here about transferability, and I tried to think, and then Megan and I talked. I can't really see a scenario under which what it currently says. If you go to page 38, for example, on the staff report, says that with the prior written consent of the beneficiary, the property can be transferred. The loan can be transferred, but I can't imagine any scenario under which we would approve the transfer of the loan to somebody who's not our city manager. So, yeah. Megan, you had a suggestion, I think, for that.
Yeah, I think that the idea was that we would, so that language, it's paragraph 13 of the note, we'd leave it to about that the note becomes due and payable if it's improperly transferred, but that otherwise that transfers only to a revocable trust. So if the city manager decides to put his home into his trust, he can do that, and that would not trigger this, but otherwise there wouldn't be an assignment with consent or.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So no concept of consent other than, yeah. I think those were the two things, right, that we talked about.
Yeah, and I had talked previously to Dave about the title issue, the title report, and getting a title policy before the loan is issued. So he's aware of that.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody? Close public hearing. Okay. Any further comment? No? Okay.
So I'd move the recommended actions with adding to recommendation 4 at the end there, and to administer the note and deed of trust. So that went, in other words, the assistant city manager will administer the note and deed of trust, and add a condition to require delivery of a title insurance policy in a form acceptable to the city attorney with the right to not fund the loan if there were a title issue that the city attorney determined, was not one we could close on or should close on. And then to modify the transferability provision per the discussion that it would only allow a transfer to revocable trust.
I'll second that. All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, council. Okay, we have a couple appeals to dispense with here. Okay, first is Appeal A, which is request for continuance on the address is 1536 Morningside Drive, continuance to September 24th. Any questions on that, council?
No.
Open the public hearing, no, close public hearing. Move the recommended action.
Second.
Do you want to
Yep.
appeal? And so do you want to put that on the 24th or do you want to go ahead and continue that to
That's a good
October
question.
9th?
Well, he's not here, but I was looking at the agenda before this. It's not very fully baked though.
I think we can go ahead and continue it to the 24th. And then if we're ready to go with that appeal day meeting, then we can just continue it again to that day.
Don't we have, this is kind of irrelevant in a way, but on the 24th, aren't we going to do the zoning
We have a workshop.
at 3:00?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to have, I don't know, we'll see what else comes up there. We could have a very long night. I don't know.
That is true.
Yeah, well,
The alternative would be the second, not to jump ahead, but the second appeal is actually asking to continue to a date uncertain because it needs to be renoticed. So the alternative would be to just allow staff to renotice both of these once we work out the appropriate date.
That creates more work, right?
Significantly more work to renotice? No. There is a minimal cost associated with renoticing.
okay. What do you want to do, guys?
Go to the 24th and we could always continue it again.
Yeah, okay,
I think that makes most sense.
okay. Did we get so do we need to put that in our motion?
I think you guys.
It's already continued
It's
till
part
the
of the
24th. Yeah,
action item already. Yep.
okay.
So move the recommended action.
Second, on favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we go to Appeal B, which is the address on this is
This is 8 Rockledge.
8 Rockledge, but I was just looking at the. Okay, any comments on this? Anybody, David?
No.
Open the public hearing, close public hearing. I'll move the recommended action,
We're going to a date uncertain.
to a date uncertain, yeah.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's it. So one more thing, council, the council member request, I mentioned this earlier when we did the proclamation for Elizabeth Brown, that we bring forward the next meeting support for the Irvine Laguna Wildlife Corridor. This is something that's very important to the environmental community. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Everybody? Okay.
What about the fire truck thing? Did we do that?
Well, it didn't get pulled, but we can talk about it if you want.
Oh, it did get pulled.
It did? I didn't have it on my list. Okay,
I don't think I got.
Oh, so we're good.
it
Okay.
did get
Yeah.
pulled.
Good.
Okay,
So we made it.
so we're adjourned until the 24th at September 24th, at 3 p.m.
Thank
Good
you.
meeting.
Just want to note for the record that this meeting went so long that Pat Gallus changed his shirt.
I noticed that. I was going to comment on that.
I'm glad we're entertaining.